You free to grab a coffee today? Yo Nelson, long time no see. Shall we do a drink tonight? Hey, how have you been? It's been a long time. Hey Marcus, how are you?
Hi Wojak, I'm good. Busy with the baby. Also we moved to another city and got into full-time meditation.
Damn, he listed 3 new lives in one message. Last time I saw this guy we got wasted on a drum and bass party. Nice. Congratulations. Yo dude, it's been ages. Wanna hang out later? Maybe have a beer?
Who is this?
Alright. I guess it's time to find some new friends. Good afternoon. I'm never greeting anyone ever again.
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
How many sets do you have left?
One more.
Nice. Can I use this machine after you?
Yeah, sure.
The machine is almost ready, babe. Come here.
How many sets does he have left?
One more.
Need help with your last set?
Damn it, I can't even rep this weight more than 3 times. What's the timing? Actually, I am finished. You can have the machine.
Thanks.
That was my social interaction for the week. Maybe I should also take some more action to get a relationship. I don't have any friends to spend my time on anyway. Hello, how are you?
Good. Where are you from?
Hey dude, can we sit here? There are no other spots left.
Yeah, sure. I'm from Northwood. How about you?
New Jersey. Do you find me attractive?
Jackpot. Yes. How about me?
Thanks, love. Subscribe to my OnlyFans if you want to continue the conversation to another level XXX. Fans if you want to continue the conversation to another level XXX.
Shall we go to the bar tonight again, bro? Yesterday was crazy.
Yeah bro, yesterday was a movie. So many new people met. That blonde girl had some crazy skills in bed.
Yeah bro, yesterday was a movie.
Let's go to Penny's pub tonight.
Yeah bro, yesterday was a movie.
Hey, how's your shift going? Are you busy?
Yeah, pretty busy.
I used to be a bartender too. It's such a challenging job.
Yeah, it is. Do you want another beer?
No, actually not.
Okay, can I help you with something else?
No, thank you.
Hey, you new here?
Hello. No, I work here for some months now.
Oh, okay. I never noticed you then, I think.
Well, you noticed me now, right?
Yeah. I can't imagine I didn't notice you before. Can I have a pint, please?
Sure. This one's on me. Where are you from?
I actually live here, pretty close by. Wanna see where I live?
Okay. My shift is almost over.
Can't you come right now?
Okay, you convinced me. Let's go.
Yo dude, could you give us your chair? We want to sit at the bar, but there's not enough space.
You know what? Today is a gaming day. Enough with all the painful and awkward moments.
Dude, where have you been yesterday? We were waiting for you. Welcome back, dude. We're about to start.
Yo guys.
What's up, Wojak?
You know what's weird, guys? We already know each other for like 5 years but never met in real life.
That's because we probably live like on the other side of the world from each other.
Where do you guys actually live?
US, Ohio.
Oh shit, really? I live in Kentucky. That's close.
I live in Florida.
How about we do a meetup soon in real life?
Yeah, sounds good, bro.
Yeah, sounds nice.
In today's video, we're exposing some of the worst scammers out there, the ones who blackmail teenage boys using their private photos. But today, the spotlight's on them. Hey, which one of you guys is Mali? Why are you trying to blackmail me? Yes, we're talking about sextortion once again, because this is the scam that refuses to die. I get at least 1 or 2 messages every single day from scared young men who are still falling for it. And if you're new here, here's how it works. Scammers pretend to be pretty girls, influencers, or porn stars, whoever they need to be in order to get teenage boys to stop thinking with their brain and start thinking with something else. Let's look at this email that I got the other day from a terrified young person. He said, I was talking to a random girl in Discord DMs who asked me to move the conversation to Telegram. After switching platforms, the person asked how I looked and asked explicit pictures from me, and of course my dumb head sent her. The scammer then threatened me by showing a fake post containing my face, phone number, and a false accusation claiming that I had tried to force someone into sexual harassment. He said he would send this post to my contacts if I didn't pay him money, which was clearly an attempt at blackmail. So I asked this young kid to send me the screenshots of his conversation, and one of them has the scammer's WhatsApp profile. You can see that he's got a Nigerian area code and his name is Mali. So I decided to just text Mali and try something different. A man-to-man conversation. Hello, Mali. Who is this? I said it's Ben. And he said, pics. I'm like, of what? Face. You know, I figured I've got nothing to hide, so I go ahead and I sent him a picture of my face. He said, how did you get my num? I said, I found it. Where? It doesn't matter. Can I call you? But of course he doesn't answer, and then he stops texting me back, which made me sad. All I wanted to do was have a conversation with him. I wasn't going to be mean, I just wanted him to understand how harmful this scam was. Maybe, just maybe, he'd come to his senses. 2 hours later, he finally texted back and said, hey. Finally, he's coming around and he's willing to talk. So I said, hi. And he said, what are you doing at the moment? And I'm like, eating? I just make some hot, nasty clips, and these videos are really hot, nasty, and freaky. Are you interested in them? No, I'm not interested in freaky, nasty videos. He goes on to describe them saying, squirting videos and hole videos. I'm using my inside my hole. Did he not just read that I'm eating? So I go throw up, but when I come back, I said, Mali, why are you trying to send me pics? He said, you gonna love my videos a lot. I said, no, I won't. But he starts sending them anyway. Now, call me old-fashioned, but I am not. No, I won't. But he starts sending them anyway. Now, call me old-fashioned, but I am not even close to being excited over these photos, so I immediately delete them. He goes on to say, why did you text me in the first place? To tell you to stop scamming. But he goes on to say, you nude is posted already, so you can get me, dude. Are you mad? I got a lot of crew. I think he's confused. Does he think that I'm one of the young men that he's currently blackmailing? Because I can assure you I have not sent him any pictures below my neck. And this idiot doesn't come across as someone who's proficient in Photoshop or anything requiring more than 2 brain cells. So at this point, I decide to just play along. I say, what do you want? He says, just pay me off, dude, and we don me? I ask how much. I will delete your with proof, $300, and we're done, okay. I said, how? He said, click on this link and get me $300 card. Get it fast. Are you getting it or not? Dude, I see you're still playing games. Dude. Okay, let's pause to illustrate what he's doing for all the young people watching who may have fallen for this scam. He's trying to apply pressure so you'll stop thinking critically and just act. He's gonna blow up your phone so you can't ignore him. And this is how he gets in your head. I was actually driving when this happened, so I couldn't respond, but I did answer one of these calls. Hello? And I heard a thick Nigerian accent telling me to get going now. I'm trying. Can I go get cash from the ATM? Are you mad? No. Sounds like you're mad. I just need a little bit of time to get going now. I'm trying. I then asked if I could pay with Bitcoin, and he quickly said, let me send you my address. Scammers love Bitcoin because it bypasses the banks and the money apps, and it's virtually impossible to trace. But I can tell he's impatient because he starts calling me again. He then says, where are you right now? How much cash you got with you right now? I got 300. He said, snap the cash and show me. And luckily I have plenty of fake cash that I keep on hand for purposes just like this. And it looks like real money. I still can't believe that they actually sell it. Oh, just kidding, they stopped selling it on Amazon. I can't say that I'm surprised. Anyway, he's accusing me of delaying, but what I'm actually doing is designing a receipt that looks like I just deposited the money in a Bitcoin ATM. This ought to buy me some time. By the way, they seriously need to get rid of these machines. I can't imagine anyone using them except for scam victims. Anyway, I sent him this fake receipt, and he says, good boy, if you want your to be deleted, you will need to text my boss so he can advise you we delete and we done. He then gives me the handle for some Telegram account. So let's pause again and talk about how paying these guys never ends this. They just keep asking for more. Hello?
Hey, don't keep the boss waiting.
What do you mean? I sent him money.
Come online on Telegram.
I already sent him $300. So whatever you do, don't pay them. Just block them. So I text the boss and he starts going off on me and says I need to send $500 or he's going to send my pictures to some blogger. The boss then says don't use Bitcoin again. But that's all I know how to use because I don't want my mom seeing random Cash App payments on my bank statement. Cash and Bitcoin is the only way to do this, so I print him another receipt. Which really pisses him off because he's not used to this, but eventually I convince him that the only way he can redeem this Bitcoin is to follow my link. And this link leads him right into my honey trap, which, without giving too much away, opens his webcam. And it's not just one or two guys, it's 5 Nigerian scammers working together trying to sextort teenage boys. And they just keep clicking it and trying to claim their Bitcoin. This might be the best catch that I've ever gotten. They still don't realize what's happened. Mali says, why are you lying that you sent it to my wallet? The boss is also asking when I'm going to send it.
Hey, dude.
Hey, sorry, I'm eating dinner right now.
Let's check your text on Telegram.
Why? What's it say?
Don't keep the boss waiting. Are you mad?
Can you tell him to wait until I'm done eating? My mom wants me to finish my vegetables. I'll call him back when I'm done, okay? But instead, I send him this. Hey, which one of you guys is Mali? Is that you? Is that you or is that the other guy? Why are you trying to blackmail me? All I want to do is talk. You think you have my pictures? Well, look, I have yours. And now I'm going to show them to the whole world. Don't mess with me, Mali. You know, I enjoy messing with scammers, but man, that one felt pretty good. And after sending that, they did not say another word, and they've either blocked me or deactivated their account. And it also felt good to hear that they stopped harassing the kid who emailed me originally. Guys, don't let scammers like this ruin your life. Also, don't send these kinds of pictures to strangers online in the first place. Ever. But if someone is threatening you like this, the best thing that you can do is ignore them. When they realize that they can't control you, they usually move on to their next target. And to the scammers watching this, I'm sorry that you got exposed. Maybe it's time to log off, put on a shirt, and maybe go find something honest to do with your life. Thanks for watching this video, and tune in next time to see who we catch next time.
You'll often hear people call aircraft carriers sitting ducks. But honestly, they're some of the toughest targets in the world to actually hit.
Well, if an aircraft carrier was a sitting duck, wouldn't we have had a lot of aircraft carriers get hit? Like, I mean, let's just apply a little bit of logic here. I mean, really.
Their main trick is something called defense in depth. It's basically a multi-layered shield that tries to stop threats long before they even get close to the ship. This starts with the carrier strike group, which is a protective...
Yeah, I think that they assume that the carrier is just out there in the sea all by itself. Like, there's nothing else next to the carrier. The carrier is just like, we're sending in one carrier with nothing else. Just the carrier.
Bubble of destroyers and cruisers. These escort ships use the super smart Aegis combat.
Like a carrier is kind of like, it's like a summoner, right? Where it's like you want to have the rogues and the warriors defending the casters, but the caster can summon a bunch of like F-35 jets, But like, yeah, it doesn't have a lot of attack capabilities itself, but it can summon these jets that can blow up all kinds of shit. That's basically what an aircraft carrier is. It's like a minion build. Exactly. No, I'm not even wrong. Like, it's a Protoss carrier. Yeah, exactly. Protoss carriers are insanely powerful, but the carrier itself isn't what's powerful. It's what's on the carrier. Do you send the carriers in by themselves? No, you bring them in with a bunch of other stuff.
System to track hundreds of targets at once and knock down incoming missiles from hundreds of miles away.
Yes.
The second layer is all about the carrier's own eyes and ears.
Look at all
Its
those
planes.
jets.
The E-2D
Jesus.
Hawkeye flies high above the fleet, acting like a floating radar tower that can spot low-flying missiles hiding behind the curve of the Earth.
Wait, what do you mean? Wait, so you telling me that they have like fucking telemetry on this where they have it planned for the curve of the Earth? But there's like a Twitter user who thinks that, oh, I know, you just shoot a missile at the aircraft carrier. It's easy.
Once they see something
Yeah, what curve? What are you talking about?
fishy, the carrier can send out FA-18s or F-35s to take out the enemy bombers or ships before they even get a chance
Those are
to
the
fire.
minions.
By pushing the fight further away, the carrier keeps things a lot safer for
Exactly. That's like in PoE, right? It's like you don't want to be fighting right up there next to your minions. You want to have your minions like over there, like, and you're like behind a wall.
everyone on board. If a missile actually makes it through those first two layers, the carrier starts playing mind games with electronic warfare. The ship's tech can jam a missile's brain, making it go blind or feeding it the wrong directions. Plus, they can toss out chaff, which is basically clouds of tiny metal fibers, and bright
a
flares
phase
to
run.
create huge fake
Run away.
targets. The goal here is to trick the missile into hitting a patch of empty ocean instead of the ship.
Exactly.
It's pretty amazing how they can evade a strike without even firing a shot.
Well, and it's like also like, do you think that the guys that made the aircraft carrier didn't think about the concept of what happens if somebody shoots a missile at the aircraft carrier? Like the amount of thinking that this would have to, like, you'd have to just not do in order to come to this conclusion is like insane. Like they just never even considered the idea of what happens if somebody tries to shoot the aircraft carrier. Like, let's build a $10 million ship or a $10 billion ship. Okay. Well, what's the plan if it gets attacked? I don't know. Make another one?
The last line of defense is the inner screen,
Can't
which
win
is
them
for
all.
those scary last-second moments.
$50 billion? Yeah.
This includes specialized interceptors like the Sea Sparrow and the Ram, which are built to be super fast and agile.
Oh, wow.
For anything that gets even closer,
They've got the AA
Phalanx
guns?
Gatling
Yeah.
gun, often called a wall of lead, can fire thousands of rounds every minute to literally
4,500 rounds per minute? What? What? Oh my god.
shred a missile into pieces right before it hits. Finally, we can't forget that carriers
Like, how does that even work?
Are actually really fast. Even though they're massive, they can zip along at over 35 miles per hour. Since it takes a few minutes for a long-range missile to reach its target, the carrier can be miles away from where it started by the time the missile shows up. When you
So wait a minute, there's the other strategy that could be employed. That's called move the carrier. Holy shit. This is next level naval warfare. Oh my god. Has anybody ever tried this? So you just move the ship. What? You can do that?
Combine that speed with the ability to stay electronically silent and hide in the middle of a giant ocean, it turns out these ships are actually quite hard to find.
Wow. Nobody could have guessed this. Nobody could have ever imagined that carriers are actually not just sitting there waiting to get blown up. And what about underwater? Surely they have nothing. They have nothing planned for being underwater. There's no. See, they don't have any plans at all for this. Province referendum, leave Canada. Oh God. And yeah, they have no idea. Like, bro, the underwater. Oh no, not our weakness. We didn't plan for this at all. Oh God. Yeah, surely. And what are these over here? CENTCOM. Oh, this is another update. Okay, let's watch this. I'll see it. And let me go back and look at this and see if there's any more of these bombings that have happened before I watch this video. And it looks like it's more of the 20 alerts, and then it was all clear. And this is, again, holds the global economy hostage. I will talk about them attacking the ships after this. I've kind of wasted time not talking about that, but, you know, we'll get to that in just a few minutes. American military thinks of everything, apparently. I mean, it's not really everything. It's like, well, what happens if they try to shoot a missile? Okay, well, what happens if they try to shoot, like, 2 missiles? Okay, what happens if they try to shoot a missile and they're close? Okay, what happens if they try to shoot a missile from underwater? Okay, anything else? That's about it? Okay, all right, well, looks like we're good. I mean, come on.
I'm Admiral Brad Cooper here at United States Central Command, where I'm leading the forces executing Operation Epic Fury. First, I want you to know that we continue to keep the families of our fallen heroes and our wounded teammates in our thoughts and prayers.
Spend $1 trillion a year.
I'd also like to acknowledge and thank the families of the 50,000 American servicemen and women deployed in and around the Middle East. I'm grateful for your selfless sacrifice, and I know that Americans across the country hold you in their hearts. Let me start by offering my overall assessment of Operation Epic Fury. In short, U.S. forces...
I wonder how many guys are trying to re-sign up so they can go over there that were in the first War on Terror. Because I remember whenever the Desert Storm happened, the first one, the day that it started happening, my dad immediately called the recruitment office, and he wanted to go to Desert Storm on day 1. He did. So I bet there's probably a lot of guys. I wonder how many are like that are like him. They're all aged out. That's what they told my dad. They said, like, you're too old, you can't do it. And he was like, he missed it by like 7 months or something like that.
Continue delivering devastating combat power against the Iranian regime. I've said this before, but it bears repeating. U.S. combat power is building, Iranian combat power is declining. And we remain centered on very clear military objectives in eliminating Iran's ability to project power against Americans and against its neighbors. Every day, we're striking hard at Iranian ballistic missile and drones. To date, we have struck more than 5,500 targets inside Iran, including more than 60 ships using a variety of precision weapon systems. Just yesterday,
according to Twitter, all of these are fake.
Yesterday, we had strike waves nearly every hour from different locations and directions going into
5,000, it's a lot, isn't
We
it?
also took out the last of 4
ass-load.
Soleimani-class warships. That's an entire class of Iranian ships now out of the fight.
Yeah.
I'd characterize our strikes as being unpredictable, dynamic, and decisive. Since the first 24 hours of this campaign, Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks have dropped drastically. But it's worth pointing out that Iranian forces continue to deliberately target innocent civilians in Gulf countries while hiding behind their own people as they launch attacks from highly populated cities in Iran.
I think that's the strategy they have, is Iran is trying to... They're trying to bomb and attack everywhere else they can, so the people around them blame it on the United States. They're trying to create pressure by effectively terrorizing every country and every group of people possible, and basically hoping that in doing so, that will make them put pressure on the United States to stop attacking Iran. That's their strategy. It's backfired. I think that for the most part, it has backfired.
Forces executing Operation Epic Fury aren't just defending against Iranian threats. We are methodically dismantling.
And I think, honestly, like, what this should really tell the rest of the world is that Iran is an existential threat that will literally kill your people for collateral in order to keep its murderous regime alive. I think, if anything, this should unite the entire world against Iran.
Them by hitting Iranian missiles and drones, as we also strike their defense industrial base. Just last night, our bomber force hit a large ballistic missile manufacturing facility as an example. So it's not just about what's shooting at us today, it's also about eliminating the threat in the future.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Now, let me show you a few of the results from the tremendous efforts by America's
From their
Joint
perspective, it's the
Force.
only thing they can do. Yeah, I know.
Here,
That's all they
you
can
see
do.
an Iranian Jamaran-class warship, a large patrol ship, a
Shouldn't you
drone
just blow it
smuggling
up?
vessel, and 4 other surface combatants docked at
This was in
Chabahar Port
February?
in the Gulf of Oman.
Where's it at
the
now?
day before we launched Operation Epic Fury. Here's the same pier 4 days later, all ships take.
You can see here where the ships are no longer in the place that they were. Yeah, so the ships are gone now. Wow. Where'd they go? They've been upgraded to submarines.
Out of action. This Bayandar-class surface ship was hit and rolled on its side. Here's another example.
Okay.
Here you see 2
With 2
Iranian
ships.
surface
I
combatants
see 'em.
docked at an Iranian naval base near the Strait of Hormuz,
Right.
just hours into the campaign.
Okay.
And here's what they looked like 3 days later,
Oh!
engulfed in flames after we struck them with a precision weapon.
That didn't
For
work.
years, the Iranian regime has threatened commercial shipping and U.S. forces in international waters. Our mission is to end their ability to project power and harass shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. From the air, we've achieved a concentration of air power with back-to-back waves of advanced fighters, creating constant pressure on the enemy.
Do you think Iran will strike Europe? I think that they eventually will. Like, you have to keep in mind that the longer this goes on, the more desperate they're going to become. And I think that in the process of them becoming more desperate, they will continue attacking kind of neutral parties in the hope that those neutral parties will put pressure on the United States. They had Cyprus. Well, I mean, besides that, that was that's Greece, right? I'm pretty sure it's Greece. The NATO will activate? Yeah, I think so.
Every single day. Our dominance is not a solo effort, it's a testament to the strength of our ironclad alliances. We continue to coordinate closely and effectively with Israel in this very large operation, and we are also coordinating and serving side by side with all of our partners in the Middle East. We're on a path to eliminating Iran's ability to threaten.
I think one thing that's really worth talking about is the fact that nobody is siding with Iran. Nobody is. China is like, look, we're just looking for the oil, right? That's it. That's all they care about. Russia told Trump they were impressed with his attacks. I mean, nobody is. Liberals are? Yes. White liberals in white liberal women in America are siding with Iran. But besides that, nobody else is.
Americans and our friends, and we are achieving this through a combination of lethality, precision, and rapid innovation.
Yeah.
Let me highlight a few examples, at least the ones that aren't classified, of how we are achieving lethal effects in entirely new ways. First, our warfighters are leveraging a variety of advanced AI tools. These systems help us sift through vast amounts of data in seconds, so our leaders can cut through the noise and make smarter decisions faster than the enemy can react.
Yeah, obviously.
Humans will always make final decisions on what to shoot and what not to shoot, and when to shoot. But advanced AI tools can turn processes that used to take hours and sometimes even days into seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
I continue to be impressed with all the branches of the U.S. military. The entire team is performing superbly. Strike operations from our joint force continue, as I've said. I assess that we are clearly exercising air superiority over vast swaths of Iran. We have the most integrated air defense umbrella in the Middle East, and our defensive operations from the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, and Space Force teams are performing magnificently.
Is that an interception?
A note about the Space Force. Our space superiority has been a critical enabler to this fight.
So they're literally, I mean, this is it. I mean, they're getting attacked from space? Holy shit.
Unseen by the world, the Space Force is doing 2 things. First, they're degrading
United States Space Force. Oh boy.
Iranian capability. And second, they're helping to protect American forces. And I'll have to leave it right there. All told, despite this incredible progress, make no mistake, we remain highly vigilant. And I just could not be prouder of our Operation Epic Fury team, and I know the American people shared that same pride. To all our warriors out there, please keep up the great work, and Godspeed. Thanks so much.
Great. I mean, there you go.
You know, people always say, oh my god, she's like female Noah Motley. Oh my god, he's like male Tenchi. And some guy said, like, yeah, no, I don't think they're similar at all. Motley's got way bigger tits. Like, I was like, thanks, man. Cheers. That's actually awesome. You know, people always say, oh my god, she's like female Noah Motley. Oh my god, he's like male Tenchi. And some guy
Israel struck an attack while Iran's judiciary chief was giving an interview. Uh-oh, here we go.
فلسطین اعلام می‌کنم و از همه جبهه مقاومت ایران اسلامی تا آخرین لحظه تا سرنگونی این
Go off, King. Let him know.
و کمترین کوتاهی
Let him know.
در این زمین نخواهد کرد و کوتاه نخواهد بود.
آقا این مشت مسئولین با مشت مردم که فرقی نمی‌کنه.
ان شاء الله ما
Yeah. And he knows he's not going to get hit. Do you know why? It's because he's surrounding himself with a bunch of human shields. I mean, like, if Israel and the U.S. were actually targeting civilians, they would have airstriked this parade, but they didn't because they're not targeting civilians. So that's the reason why they felt comfortable and confident enough to go out there and do this. So human shields are here? Yeah, isn't that sad? It's so weird, isn't it? Human shield doesn't work with bombs. Yeah, I guess not. And I mean, at some point you see some shit like that, it's too late. Yeah, you're right. And bro's probably responsible for ordering the death of thousands over his lifetime. Of course he wouldn't flinch. He's a sociopath. Maybe. And so anyway, take a look at this. A taste of their own medicine. Remember when IRGC thugs fired on mourners for slain Iranian protesters? Now they cannot bury their own in peace. A funeral of 8 Bajir members of the Karvan checkpoint sent mourners scrambling and fleeing. People are getting fed up with that shit. Fed up with that bullshit. Ooh. Oh, wow. IDF killed civilians in Lebanon? Yeah, they killed civilians in Iran, too. It's what happens. You have a war. You're going to have civilians that get killed. It's just what happens. It's not good. It's just what happens. Man. So now they're the ones that are getting harassed. Oh, this is a new one. I haven't seen this at all. Oh, this is the bomb from like 3 days ago. Holy shit. Look at this. God damn. God damn. You see the mayhem in Israel? No, I didn't. Should I look at that? It's the same drone attack we saw from the boat? Yeah, it's still burning. Man, this is going to be really bad for global warming. It is. It's going to be horrible for global warming. And Iran, the #1 threat of peace and stability in Middle years. Oh, this is something that I think we've seen that before too. And what are these here? I'll look at it too. The one. Oh, I saw this. Israeli airstrike hit another building in Lebanon. Oh, here we go.
كما تشاهدون الآن المبنى الذي هدده أو حدده العدو الصهيوني على طريق عام العباسية كما تشاهدون.
God fucking damn. I love it, yeah.
عبر موقع
I mean, these people are terrorists anyway, right? They're attacking Hezbollah. How do they know to be recording it? I don't know, honestly. Like, that's a good question. Like, I mean... Yeah. Like, it does seem like kind of... It seems very convenient the guy just happened to be recording at the exact time the bomb hit. But, I mean, it could be multiple different reasons. Who knows? And then, oh, yeah, I will look at this. There's another video about this. Let me see if I can pull that up and find it. And, no, this is from before. And the dummy, what do you call it? The drop dummy called Door Knocker. Yeah, I didn't know anything about that. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, this is it. Here we go.
Been so quickly destroyed and made combat ineffective. Devastated. We said it would not be a fair fight, and it has not been.
This is from today.
As I stated during our first press conference on day 2, that was 10 short days ago.
Yeah.
The combination of the world's 2 most powerful air forces is unprecedented and unbeatable. Between our air force and that of the Israelis, over 15,000 enemy targets have been struck. That's well over
15,000? I guess they're counting all the ones in Lebanon too. Holy shit.
1,000 a day.
God.
No other combination of countries in the world can do that. So today, as we speak, we fly over the top of Iran and Tehran. Fighters and bombers all day picking targets as they choose. As our intelligence gets better and better and more refined. Looking up, the IRGC and Iranian regime
that's insane.
Sees only 2 things on the side of aircraft: the Stars and Stripes and the Star of David. The evil regime's worst nightmare.
Man.
Iran has no air defenses. Iran has no air force.
Everybody's excited talking about it. Well, you've got to remember that, like, a lot of these guys that are in the military now, that are in leadership positions, probably were the soldiers that had to act like target dummies for terrorists during the war on terror. because, you know, you couldn't fire back on terrorists whenever they were shooting you as long as they weren't holding a gun. So a lot of these guys, this is something they've been waiting for like 20 fucking years, 15 fucking years.
Iran has no navy.
That's what I think happened.
Their missiles, their missile launchers, and drones being destroyed or shot out of the sky. Their missile.
Today, we're going to be discussing the idea behind the dark energy and what exactly seems to produce it. And specifically, we're actually going to be discussing this somewhat controversial proposition that has now gained even more support in the scientific community in the last few years. And specifically, we're going to discuss the idea behind black holes potentially being the source of this mysterious dark energy. And even though for decades we've treated black holes and dark energy as two completely separate mysteries, some of these recent studies propose that it could be basically two sides of the same coin. And so in this video we're going to discuss this new concept referred to as the cosmologically coupled black hole principle, and some of the recent data from these studies that, if correct, may change our understanding of the universe and how everything works. But to understand all of this, we of course have to discuss black holes and dark energy first, just so that it all makes sense. And that's because normally we think of black holes as these localized monsters that pull all of the matter inside and never let it go, while the mysterious dark energy seems to make up approximately 68% of everything in the universe and seems to push everything apart, but exactly what it is, we actually don't know. And I guess let's start with this first. So what is dark energy? And what do we know about it so far? Well, technically this is going to be a very short explanation, and that's because we don't really know much. But we know that back in the 1998, researchers confirmed that the universe is not just expanding, but it's accelerating its expansion. Or basically it's expanding faster and faster and faster. And what's causing this is now referred to as dark energy. This is what we usually refer to as the lambda CDM model. And here the assumption is that this dark energy is some kind of a cosmological constant, or basically a kind of a fixed amount of energy inherent to the space itself, or it's basically the part of space itself that doesn't seem to change and causes the space to expand just because of some kind of a fundamental property. But as we've discussed in one of the recent videos, the new data from the Dark Energy Spectroscopic Instrument, also referred to as DESI, has recently sent a lot of shockwaves across the scientific community. And that's because, based on the observation of approximately 15 million different galaxies, here the new data suggests that dark energy might not really be a constant and seems to be actually weakening over time. And if it's not a constant, then
Would you carry me faithfully over the seas? I'll open the sky to kiss you goodbye. Fly. Would you carry me faithfully over the seas? I'll open the sky to kiss you goodbye. Would you carry me faithfully over the seas? I'll open the sky to kiss you goodbye. Kiss you goodbye. Desert has called out my name. I should go out there again. So I could hear somebody pray, and prayers will follow me. Yahweh, hallelujah, with me when I'm a would you carry me faithfully over the seas? I'll open the sky to kiss you goodbye. You gave up and you sacrificed. You wanted to be with the stars, so no one can read in your eyes. But have you said all your goodbyes? Yahweh, hallelujah, with me when I'm a would you carry me faithfully over the seas? I'll open the sky to kiss you goodbye. Would you carry me faithfully over the seas? I'll open the sky to kiss you goodbye. Would you carry
Hassan says, enjoy PTSD. Why would you do this? Does he want to get banned?
15 years out from Iraq, eat my balls. Do you even have your balls remaining, or did a fucking IED explode them for you, dumbass? Shut the fuck up talking about Islam. You are an infinitely bigger terrorist than any random Muslim ever could be. Shut your bitch ass up.
Do we want to look at the terrorist attacks that have happened in Europe and America? We don't want to take that to the bank, do we? We don't want to look this up. Let's just take his word for it. Yeah.
Go enjoy your PTSD, asshole. Fuck you.
Why would you say this? You knew Frogan got in trouble for that. Why would you say this?
I have no pity at all for any soldiers. I hope you get PTSD.
Aha! So this was all a plan to steal my oats.
Who's to say he had PTSD either? How much do you want to bet he's gonna be banned on Sunday again? I don't know, man.
Shut your bitch ass.
It's obvious that Islam has a problem with terrorism. Who am I getting this information from? Muslims. They're the ones that are worried about this in their own countries. This isn't like some kind of crazy, where is this opinion coming from? They think this.
Go enjoy your PTSD, asshole. You. Imagine having the audacity to be like, yeah, I went to Iraq, I went to Iraq, and it's actually Islam that's the biggest danger. You're a danger to your family.
He's a danger to his family? Wow, okay, I didn't know this. This is new.
And a danger to yourself.
Wow, he's getting really personal about this.
Law, that's getting clipped, Lamont. I don't give a f, dude. If you go to Iraq and you learn that lesson, you realize that was wrong, you're welcome here. You come back from Iraq and you talk about how I hate Islam, then you didn't learn anything. You're goddamn cattle.
You didn't learn anything. He was supposed to go to Iraq to learn about Islam. I thought he was supposed to go to Iraq to try to do whatever the military's mission was there. Like, I'm pretty sure Iraq isn't like a high school. And what are we doing here?
Whatever, bitch. I'll start live streaming on YouTube tomorrow. Suck my dick. No, you're getting clipped.
I mean, to be fair, this is a pretty bad, it's a bad clip. It is. Like, I think everybody can acknowledge, even he knows, another clip of Hassan, of another streamer on Twitch wishing PTSD on another American veteran.
The same people like Asmongold who
so it is me. It is all about me, as usual. Okay, so yeah, I care about veterans. Of course I care about veterans. That's why I don't want to have our money go to Somalians, is so it can go to veterans.
Really? That's what we're doing?
Yeah.
If Twitch can apply this double standard, literally doesn't say a single damn thing about that, but then turns around and tries to ban me for this shit? Fuck this.
So he's preemptively getting mad at something that hasn't even happened. He's like pre-malding.
This platform, I will never come back here.
Why? Like, what? Okay.
Y'all are a bunch of dumb bitches too for being like, oh, you're gonna get clipped.
I mean, to be fair, they were right.
Dumb motherfucker. Doesn't even realize his own lived experiences should have taught him a very valuable lesson.
Maybe they did. Ever think of that? Maybe going up against ISIS and Al-Qaeda for like years is going to make somebody more negative towards Islam. It's a pretty reasonable expectation to have, right? It'll look pretty weird if he said that, like, you know, enjoy your PTSD. And it's like, you know, he doesn't get in trouble for that because they banned Frogan for the same thing. So, yeah, what a bad time for him. And really having a bad time. Very, very upset.
Call out my name. I should go out there again. So I could hear somebody pray, and prayers will follow me. Yes. Yahweh, hallelujah. واسمي وأنا ماشية. Would you carry me faithfully over the seas? I'll open the sky to kiss you goodbye. Would you carry me faithfully over the seas? I'll open the sky to kiss you goodbye. Fly. Would you carry me over the seas? I'll open the sky to kiss you goodbye. Would you carry me faithfully over the seas? I'll open the sky to kiss you goodbye. I'll kiss you goodbye. Desert has called out my name. I should go up there again, so I could hear somebody pray, and prayers will follow me. Yahweh, hallelujah, with me when I'm a Shia. I know the Sahara. Would you carry me faithfully over the seas? I'll open the sky to kiss you goodbye. call out my name, I should go up there again. So I could hear somebody pray, and prayers will follow me. Yahweh, hallelujah, واسمي وانا ماشية حيران
gentlemen, I think I've come across something that is frankly one of the most alarmingly stupid things that I've seen. But here is Copilot Health. Now, you know that old tool we like on the old Windows installation, the thing we can't get rid of, AI connected, internet connected, Clippy. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like Copilot, Microsoft's kind of like billing, sort of like new avenues for this to go down. Now, you know, ladies and gentlemen, before we kind of jump into this, I want to basically stress and say, I don't think it's a smart thing to give up your health information, your private medical information, to a data farming company like Microsoft, to a company like even anything else, okay, OpenAI, Anthropic, anything that exists out there, okay? I don't think you should be uploading your shit to platforms like this, because to be honest with you, no matter what these companies say, I don't necessarily trust they're not using the information you provide them to A, train their stuff, to possibly share it with, you know, anything other than themselves, and maybe, just maybe have that routed in the back end. A lot of these companies say they won't do this, but ultimately, can you trust them? I don't think you can. So even though companies like ChatGPT will say your health information is deeply personal, that's why it's a dedicated space with added protections for your sensitive information. And of course, what they said over here is that ChatGPT is going to be protecting your stuff too. They're going to give you meaningful control. Everything is encrypted by default and in transit as part of our core security architecture. So again, it's great that they say this, but ultimately there really isn't any way for you to verify this for yourself. Again, you just kind of have to sort of trust these companies at their word. But anyways, I feel like it's fun to go back to Microsoft over here because frankly, shitting on them makes me happy. So anyways, you know, basically
written by someone who just looked at other people's reviews. But here's the thing, that's actually
I could imagine that.
Correct. It's incorrect because this was not made by a someone. The entity behind it is called Brian Marigold. But the thing is
Brian not real?
Marigold is not a real human.
I knew it!
All this was flagged by Andres Aquino, who, by the way, is a real person and did actually review Resident
How do you know
Evil
that?
Requiem.
Are you sure?
He was checking the critical consensus when he found Video Gamer's review. Now, here's the thing. Video Gamer isn't some tiny random site. It's a UK game site that has existed for years, and it's trusted enough to be in Metacritic. But this
Metacritic should get rid of the publication reviews. I am a big fan of removing any sort of separation between critic reviews and user reviews. Critic review categories are DEI.
Review is clearly a fake review. It's seemingly just been cobbled together using previews and a language model. And functionally, it is worthless. It doesn't describe the experience of playing the game or anything meaningful to the reader. It's completely hollow. As is the writer, because Brian Marigold is an attempt to fake a writer. He even has a profile, and it's bizarre. It claims he's got a master's degree in English Lit from the University of Sussex. Brian's even got...
Wait, so this is like an entire... Wait, do they even know that they've employed a fake person? Is there a chance that somebody is just pretending to be this guy? This could be like, Rakesh in Pakistan that's just pretending to be Brian Marigold?
X account, though it is blank, and we can see plenty of reviews and articles attributed to him.
I think it could be
Video
that.
Gamer. Though curiously, there are even more attributed to him that are about online casinos, so gambling. This is all quite weird, but it does make sense when you read his background and you see, quote, an experienced iGaming and sports betting analyst. But then you look at Brian Marigold's profile picture, where the file name is ChatGPT image October 2020.
I didn't even change the file name. It has ChatGPT in the fucking file name. Are you kidding me?
2025.
Oh my God.
It does actually seem like most of Video Gamer's current staff are fake people. They are Gen AI creations that are faking the operation of a real website. So certainly a website that actually used to be real with real writers. So we now have fake writers at a real site who have been given a simulacrum of existence, all in an attempt to get around the most obvious failings of Gen AI writing. Obviously, nobody believes it. Do you know who especially doesn't believe it? Google. If you're truly in the know, you may be thinking about Glorbo right now. You see, back in 2023, we highlighted the coming of Glorbo, a massive spiritual event for the entire world. But in reality, it was a World of Warcraft community's attempt to troll sites like Z-League and The Portal, which were basically all fake, by creating Reddit threads about fake characters and fake events. You see, those sites were SEO farms. They basically just scraped what people were talking about on Reddit. They then generate an article and publish the article to drive search traffic, ideally to, apps, advertising.
It's bullshit, though, right?
Back then, it was so pathetically obvious that it was mostly just a joke.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
This time round, it is a little bit different because it's happening with a real outlet. It's happening with Video Gamer.
Well, this is the future. And honestly, I think an AI journalist can't get worse, can it? I mean, really?
Real outlets have got fact checks. They have editors. They have reputations. All of these things that make you think, well, they probably won't publish heinous bullshit. And implicit in that is that if they get something wrong, they should
They publish heinous bullshit constantly. If they wanted people to worry about them losing jobs to AI, they should have done a better job than AI.
It because, they want you to come back.
That's what I think.
Obviously, sites like Z-League and The Portal are things that you've never heard of, don't trust, and, don't really have any history. That means that Google stymies them, right? They don't appear at the top of searches.
Sure.
You see, Google search algorithms are supposed to be favoring actual authored content, so real writers
Was that racism?
Editorial history. And that would mean that a scraper can't just farm whatever the current, like, talked about game is to get to the top of Google and get
Sure.
a bunch of quick money for exploiting a system rather than
ad system,
providing
yeah.
something of value. But a site with a long legacy absolutely can do that. And that is why this fake review ended up on Metacritic and impacted the score for this game. Now, it's not there anymore, thankfully.
Yes.
Metacritic told Eurogamer that they will never include an AI-generated review, and that if they discover one, the cost is removal and severing ties with the outlet while they investigate, which is good.
Wow, good. I mean, like, honestly, if they're not, as I said, I don't think that we should have any critic reviews, period. There should be no critic reviews, because the thing is that critic reviews allow journalists to create a false consensus about products that are really misrepresentative to the public. When Concord gets rated a 6 or a 7 by video game reviewers, and then it dies in a week, are you really doing a service to your users by giving people that number? Obviously not. So reviews have to, like, the only purpose of a review is to help the user make an informed decision with their finances, right? Like, are you making a good financial decision or not? Well, if you're buying Concord, you're not. So the problem is that fundamentally, when reviews are not helpful to users, they lose their value.
And as much as reducing
They have no
reviews to
value.
scores is frustrating for nuance, Metacritic does at least respect the people who do care about the reviews. But it all flags up a kind of spooky truth and a bit of a new world that we're entering here. We are now beyond articles filled with regurgitated or scraped information, like the Glorbo stuff.
They're getting way
We're
better.
now seeing companies purchase established websites, fire the human staff, and then replace them with Gen AI content, and then hide behind that legacy and hide behind the brand name that they acquired to disguise all of this. Even going...
And you know what's funny? This is happening everywhere. It's happening with girls on Instagram. I see, like, every single time that I see a hot girl on Instagram, I scroll down on her account, and if she made her account in 2024, I just assume, or 2025 too, I just assume it's not a real girl. It's just a fake girl. I do.
As far as to create full profiles for these fake writers.
That's how it is.
It's
There's
pretty
so
bad.
many. There are.
It's not speculation. And now
I
it's
think
time
that we are in a world now where there are probably more fake girls, and I'm not talking about girls that are fake. I'm talking about literal girls that do not exist on Instagram than real girls.
talk about the whole corporate story behind it. What I'm going to talk about isn't speculation.
Yeah, exactly, right?
It is
That's
the
obviously
account of
not what I meant.
staff who used to work at Video Gamer, the account of real humans. So, whenever ClickOut acquired the site and took over, they started doing gambling and casino coverage. Loads of the staff.
We love gambling.
Left in protest. And it was odd to see a site called Video Gamer that we know for video games have on its little Google thing video game and online like casino news.
Oh, there
Just
it is.
felt odd, but you can kind of see why. I have to imagine that ads and casino content pay out pretty well.
It's like a 10x. Big money, huge money, mega money.
Now, one of these writers, Max Nickel, claims that she was supposed to write the rest.
Remember, guys, you can play a slot machine, and you can win 2,000% of your money back from that slot machine. But if you lose, you can only lose 100% of your money.
Nickel claims that she was supposed to write the rest.
Remember, guys, you can play a slot machine, and you can win 2,000% of your money back from that slot machine. But if you lose, you can only lose 100% of your money. Do the math.
Resident Evil 9 review for the site, but then she was laid off alongside most of the other editors and staff back in February. Now that is when Video Gamer's corporate owner, ClickOut Media, decided 9 review for the site, but then she was laid off alongside most of the other editors and staff back in February. Now that is when Video Gamer's corporate owner, ClickOut Media, decided to lay off most of their editorial staff. Not just at Video Gamer, but also at Esports Insider and The Escapist. After forcing many of those staff to sign NDAs in order to get their severance, they basically just replaced them
with AI.
Some AI-generated stuff.
That's right.
But not completely new AI-gen stuff. It's stuff that they were already doing to pump out loads of casino recommendations.
Oh, we love
this is really
casinos.
weird, isn't it? And the only way they could expect their casino articles to do well is, of course, the legacy of these sites. And that means that, say, videogamer.com can actually pull off this Gen AI bullshit business model in a way
they will be able to. This will be the future. And I think this is happening in a lot of places too. I think what's happening is that a lot of writers probably use generative AI in order to outline what they're going to say. And then they rewrite it in the way that they want to write it. But they probably use generative AI in some form of the creative process, probably at the very beginning.
Some random site that somebody just started up yesterday to do a grift, well, fundamentally couldn't. But the levels of banditry actually do go deeper. So this niche website here is Adventure Gamers. It's operated since 1998, and it was bought out last year.
Wow.
Now, its forum archives have got more than 2 decades of niche information from people passionate about those games that have all now been wiped because the site has refocused to being about...
Oh, pragmatic way. These guys make Gamba games. Oh, a slot that can strike boost your reels? Oh my god. Wow. And then they're also making Pokemon announcements too. And then Arc Raiders. And then Gamba time. Gamba. EvoPlay launches Gems of Ra 3. This is another... I hate to say it, guys. I know which ones these are. I watch people gamble. I do. I like watching people gamble. It's like watching an ISIS execution, but it's in like really, really slow motion. It happens over like maybe 10 years. And so Gems of Ra 3 is it's the Egypt Gamba game, right? Obviously, the god of sun. I think Ra is the god of sun. Pots bringing god-powered bonus boosters to ancient Egypt.
Online slots and casinos, which is exactly what you would expect if you went to AdventureGamer.com. And what we see is that company after company, the pattern is the same. Buy a legacy site, fire all the staff, and puppet the corpse. And ClickOut are not the only group doing this. There are companies like Valnet who buy up sites, fire everyone, and then retain an endless tide of new writers, paying them absolute peanuts to just churn out content. It's one of the reasons why the quality of written content across loads of websites has just kind of decreased over time. And I'm hesitant to blame those writers because the same thing that limits, say, The Portal and, Glorbo and all of that from exploiting SEO is actually what pressures all of the humans into working in a very SEO-friendly way.
I don't agree with this completely because I think that the SEO requirement has been something that's been going on for a long time. Like, it's not like SEO was invented. SEO, search engine optimization, making sure that your videos are towards the top of search results, by the way, in case anybody wasn't paying attention. So basically, this has been a meta game on the internet for 15 years. It's probably longer than that, really, ever since the internet's existed. Like, you had the Epstein files. We're talking about SEO, right? So, this is a very, very, long-term thing. And the thing is that now you have AI that's helping you do it. But the reason why some people's SEO gets very high is a amount of content, right? Like for me, for example, I don't know if you guys know this, but if you open up, I opened up on my PS5 and I typed the letter A and Asmongold came up on my PS5 on the YouTube search. Not, any sort of other variation of it, not Asmon, but just the letter A. And one of the big reasons for that is because we put out so much fucking content. There are so many videos coming out that, big surprise, you're going to have a lot of people searching for it. Did you try it incognito? I was not logged in, and it was my console that I had just installed the YouTube app on, and I had never used it before, and I only had one game installed on it ever before.
Essentially have to now. That's why you see guides across so many sites as one little example. So what we're seeing is very little traction on high effort, unique original reporting, and basically just the press and formalized structured outlets with meaningful backing kind of being pressured like never before on...
Well, think about this, right? And Bellier remembers this. Do you remember all those dick-sucking retards that made all of their glowing reviews for New World and how amazing the game was, and all of their screenshots were from level 18? But then me, the actual virtuoso, that had 2 level 60 characters in the beta because I had a mental illness, was saying the game was bad, and then everybody was using these reviews to try to like fucking discount me and tell me that I was wrong. Well, I was right, just like all the other times, and everybody else was wrong. So the fact is that, but New World was like the biggest game in the world, right? It was the biggest game in the world at the time. And so, you know, maybe not in the world, but like it was a huge game, super popular. So like everybody wanted to get the review out fast. And because of that, they didn't actually review the game in a comprehensive way. And I think that that's one of the natures of like video game reviews in general and how they fall short in terms of long-term live service games. But the issue is that this has been going on now, and New World came out in 2021. So this has been like ongoing way longer than AI has existed. It's just that AI is another force multiplier for that same demand.
So many different fronts. And we have an example of that from the very same week the Resi 9 review was published. VGC revealed that Ziff Davis was laying off most of the editorial staff at Eurogamer and at the YouTube outlet Outside Xbox. And of course, this was not the first round. All of these sites were acquired in 2024 when the previous owner, ReadPop, just wanted out of the media business.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
And, well, these sites have just been cut and cut and cut since.
Yeah.
It's a good thing the Digital Foundry just got out and got to be independent. Holy shit. Now, the people who have been gunned by...
I mean, like, there's also, like, the idea that there are some companies that aren't doing this. Like, I would be shocked if there were not writers for places like the New York Times and Forbes that use AI to outline their videos, or not videos, excuse me, outline their articles and outline their editorials. I bet they probably already do this. Like, this isn't like some kind of like new thing or whatever. It's probably been going on for quite a while. Yeah, for sure. Exactly.
All of this, well, some of them are trying to fight back. We've got outlets like VGC and Aftermath that have sprung up as kind of independent, user-funded alternatives, some being free of advertising and all the SEO mandates that would otherwise just have them pumping out guides until they literally die. Now, Aftermath, in the days after this news broke, they published a year's worth of long-form investigative reporting on the sheer scale of what ClickOut has done. They have interviews with former staff.
Well, what they're trying to do is they probably have a partnership with a gambling company, and they're trying to Trojan horse gambling content in with legitimate gaming content to make people that are gamers play gambling games. That's probably what's happening, right? I'll be right back.
Loads of evidence. Now, that is the kind of reporting that's valuable, but that's hard to publish anywhere else, because it isn't guaranteed clicks. In a world where article content is primarily distributed via the likes of, like, Google search algorithm, you
Twitter,
just
shit
can't
like that.
really get traction and stuff like that. But the thing is, these independent outlets don't
I'm gonna be honest, like, I think anybody who's struggling getting their content out there has a content quality problem. I think 95% of the people that complain about SEO don't have something that's worth clicking on, and that's their main problem. It's not Google that's holding you back, it's your own abilities.
The scale or the structural backing of the institutions that they came from. And of course, if the writers who powered a lot of these institutions are gone, then, well, we've got shells that just got left behind for the likes of ClickOut to acquire and then crawl their way into and puppet around, in many cases, by just pumping out loads of AI bullshit and trying to obfuscate it by making up fake writers with fake degrees from universities that they never went to.
This is going to become normalized too. Because eventually the writing quality of the AI will be good enough to where it will give people good information. It's inevitable. You have to think about it like this. AI right now is the worst it's ever going to be. And also keep in mind, the real future probably is not 100% AI. It's a person using AI to be a force multiplier for their already high level of talent or expertise, right? That's really where AI is going to really add productivity. It's not whenever it just creates something all by itself. It's whenever it enables somebody who is a high level performer to multiply that performance by 5 or 10x.
Absolute peak banditry that is preying on all of the systems that are causing the issues we've got with online published content. But most importantly, It's preying on you. Resident Evil Requiem is the kind of game that is perfect for this type of fake review, because it's a highly previewed game, there's a whole series worth of writing to steal from, and the likelihood that someone would have a good experience with the game regardless of the review, because the game's bloody brilliant. Now, if it hadn't have been, then someone might have bought the game and wasted their time on something they really shouldn't have, because they believed a review that looked like a real review, but actually was fake. Basically, because they put their trust in someone who doesn't exist. And, you know, they were tricked, because it was made to look like it was done by someone who exists. And the worry is that the more of these fakes happen, the more the informational space just gets polluted and polluted and polluted. That is bad for truth. And I guess what it all comes down to here is...
I think that in general, like, the big problem is that if something like this exists, you're going to have people that use it maliciously. And the same thing is going to happen with YouTube videos also. Like, YouTube videos are sometimes AI generated. Like, you have AI generated voiceovers for videos. And I think this is just going to continue becoming more and more and more popular. And obviously the reason why people do that is because it's just simply easier, faster, and sometimes better. So obviously they're going to do that. And the big one that's happening right now that nobody talks about is translating. So being a translator used to be a huge thing 50 years ago, 30 years ago. But now that you have smartphones that can automatically language identify and then language translate, then what's really the value of a translator whenever you have this tool? Well, there isn't really one. So you're seeing that happen, and AI will continue to eat away at different industries based off of, you know, like how those industries interact with different people, right? And so say, I just want to be a translator. Yes, exactly, right? It'll never happen. It's trained. No people. It'll reach good output. AI will never be good. Okay, sure. Well, anyway, I'm sure there's dozens of people that believe that. So yeah, it's X is seamless action now. Yeah, exactly. I think it's going to continue getting better too. Like even AI, like AI search engines, I think are way better now than they used to be. Do you think surgeons will get replaced? They already are. A lot of LASIK surgeries now are done by a machine. And I think also, what is the other surgery that's done by a machine? I'm trying to remember. Like there are many surgeries that are done, but like whenever it's done by a machine, that means that it's generally being overseen by a surgeon as well. It's not like a random guy just is like sitting there like, okay, I'm gonna push the what? The brain surgery button? Okay. You know, it's like, I mean, obviously like a person that knows what they're doing is doing this.
Trust, and how everything is leading to a future where trust is just going to be in short supply. When you read or watch a review, you are taking someone else's opinion and considering it for how you plan to spend your valuable time.
Shouldn't have done that to begin with.
The review represents someone trying to communicate their experience with you, even if you disagree with them. You trust that they're earnestly trying to do that. But
I don't.
Brian Marigold cannot communicate with you. Because Brian Marigold doesn't exist.
He can. Just get a chatbot.
It's a pile of generated text designed only to manipulate online systems and get your attention. You cannot trust it. It is literally designed to deceive you and make money off you.
Oh,
this is bad. This is not something
I thought
that
it was
can
good.
continue.
Okay.
And if you're looking for something or someone to blame, I would say it's the likes of Valnet and the likes of Clickout. They are just bandits. For years and years, they've been doing their banditry, and now that they have access to new tools, they have new ways to practice banditry. Fuck them.
They're banditing
and I'll
hard.
see you in the next video.
Fuck them. Fuck them. They're going to do it a whole lot. Hats off. No, Bellior is great. I mean, this is a great video. I've watched his videos forever. So, yeah, I mean, I agree with what he's saying. I do think that AI is a lot bigger than what people think it's going to be. Do you think it's a loop? AI talking to AI so it's regurgitating itself? Well, that's a problem, and that problem eventually will be solved, right? I mean, obviously that's it.
Let me know in the comments if you're surprised that Ellen DeGeneres and Jeffrey Slepstein are in cahoots. Honestly, for me, I'm not even surprised at this point.
For years, people were told to stop asking questions about Jeffrey Epstein and the powerful people around him. They said it was all rumors, just wild talk from the internet.
Ignorant, you're all ignorant.
Messages came out. Those old questions don't seem so easy to ignore anymore. Now it turns out that some truly unexpected names, such as Ellen, are rumored to have been involved in some seriously messed up crimes with the disgraced financier. According to investigators who reviewed Epstein's records, his inner circle was a tight group that spoke in strange code, used odd phrases, and acted in ways that did.
You guys want to get some beef jerky, huh?
Pizza, pasta, and especially jerky appeared over and over again in emails, not as food plans, but in ways that felt off. Even lawmakers who saw unedited files said the language was disturbing and confusing.
There was also a lot of language that appears
Want to let you know the crew really appreciated the pizza today. Thanks for letting us do that.
to be coded regarding food. I want
Sickos, dude.
pizza. Another email read, "This is better than a Chinese cookie. See attached. Let's go for pizza and grape soda again." This one talks about, yeah, that's the pizza. You mean radiating a soft glow with a look of bliss and excitement. There's one more, I think, in this list as well. Sorry, I have no stomach for even the slightest aggro. I don't have the stomach for it for any drama, imaginary or real. I'm still fragile off the last one and scared of shadows. This is in response to some videos that were shared where Jeffrey Epstein himself says, I watched all of these videos, don't send any more. And then Ghislaine is like, I can't stomach any of this. What the fuck did you send that Jeffrey Epstein was like, no more?
One of them, Anna Polina Luna, confirmed that these emails included coded phrases and descriptions involving minors. She openly said that the way these words were used was not normal, and that jerky, in particular, didn't sound like food at all when read in context. A forensic expert would later come out to say that these were likely euphemisms for something much, much worse.
Yeah, jerky seems like a piece of meat.
Here, Epstein sends a message to someone. She looks pregnant, reacting to a photo. And the client replies back to Epstein, "You mean radiating a soft glow with the look of bliss and excitement? Yeah, that's the pizza." I cannot be clearer than this, that this is a code word. It makes no sense in that context whatsoever. This, on top of the example I gave you earlier, when his virologist gave him the medicine for having an erection, erectile dysfunction, I assume, and or it could be even Viagra, and then told him to wash his hands, go have pizza and grape soda. As been mentioned time and time again, having adult men, successful men that are very health oriented, constantly talk about pizza and pizza with grape soda, which I've never heard before.
Yeah, I've never heard of pizza and grape soda before this. I don't know if that specific.
I mean, there's a word in the grape soda that I think is the indicator here. Got to read between the lines, and the pizza is the young girls probably.
Times, and it most definitely is.
There's another one here. Have you seen the beef jerky mentioned as well? There's an email here from Jeffrey Epstein. Someone else says, Francis has time to come tomorrow to show me how to make it. Jerky, anyone? He will also bring you a taste of his jerky recipe from the restaurant, and sends a warm hello. He's working at a restaurant called Cook's. Wait for it, beef jerky and steak. Yes, time at 3 p.m. And there's other emails of him talking about beef jerky.
A single restaurant in history that does beef jerky and steak, bro.
Feeling better. Did we analyze the beef? Did we analyze the jerky? Now there's talks about jerky, referencing human meat. It could be for scientific research. Could be something else that's even sicker. But there's more emails here talking about.
Wait, were they cannibals too? They're actually eating people? My God.
Setting up surface right now. We are ridiculously excited, and beef jerky delicious. Thank you, Thanksgiving. So yeah.
It is very. Now I've got all those emails saved. I'd actually had somebody send me all of those to say, hey, would you check this out? So I have them. I have not read through all of them, but there's no shortage of terms that are phrased in a peculiar.
You guys gonna want to go to this buffet and get some beef jerky and pizza? You know what I mean? It's like, in my opinion, the whole beef jerky and pizza thing is like the most boomer way to talk in code. It's like, yeah, beef jerky and pasta, dude. Have you FedExed the beef jerky yet?
Urgently, and shared between Epstein and close associates. The messages sounded casual, even friendly, but the details raised serious red flags. Now it seems some big names are in trouble, one of the biggest of which is Ellen DeGeneres. For years, she was known as the smiling face of daytime TV, friendly,
I don't know,
safe.
put a 1 in the chat if you've never seen an Ellen DeGeneres episode. Me ever. Every bit of content I've seen from her has been unwarranted and unwanted.
Funny, but according to insiders and whistleblowers, her
if
name...
Karma had a face, it'd be hers.
appears far closer to Epstein's world than many expected. One rumor claiming she was Hollywood's most prolific cannibal
Why does it look like her face was written in cursive?
recently went viral, with many on the internet claimed she had connections to Epstein. They claim she helped connect people, smoothed introductions, and kept things quiet. While none of this has been proven in court, the allegations alone shocked many who grew up watching her on television. This is where people started looking back at old warnings. One of the best and most prominent examples of this is Justin Bieber, who once spoke openly about being scared, uncomfortable, and unprotected as a young star. At the time, many brushed it off as stress or fame pressure. Now, some believe he was trying to warn people, without knowing how or without being believed.
Lauren, it was fun.
Yeah. I can't believe you got in that water.
It was so cold. It was like 50 degrees.
Look at you. So it's a beautiful video. So if you want to see the whole thing, it's gorgeous. Speaking of you in your underwear, let's talk about the paparazzi shot in Bora Bora.
Okay.
So you are obviously in a private bungalow.
Yeah.
And because usually we're all pretty good at spotting paparazzi.
Yeah.
They hide in boats and pretend to be fishermen, and we're like, you're paparazzi. I mean, we're pretty good at it. How did you not see that there was paparazzi there?
Well, I just didn't see them. I think I wasn't really looking out for them either, so.
Was there a boat? After, when you think back on it now, can you see where they made
Dude, I couldn't imagine having to.
It's that time again. About every 6 months, like clockwork, there's a new horror movie that comes out that gets the buzz that it's the scariest movie ever made. Hope you brought your diaper, cause you're gonna be pissing those britches after how scary this one is. Like with long legs and all of that. And time again, it's usually just like it was an alright movie. Just marketing buzz out the wazoo. And that brings us to the most recent culprit here. Undertone. It has been hyped up by a lot of people as being real scary, no doubt going to be the scariest film of the year, maybe one of the scariest things human beings have ever cooked up. It is an unholy concoction of fear, filth, evil. Too scary even, potentially. potentially. And from the trailer, I actually thought it looked good. Undertone utilizes sound as like its gimmick. It's a horror film that does have a gimmick, which isn't unusual. A lot of horror films rely on it, but it executes it very well, and it doesn't live or die by its gimmick. It actually does make you care about the characters in the movie. I just saw it. I'm going to go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off now. No, it is not the scariest movie I've ever seen. I also don't know if it'll be the scariest movie of the year, but I do think it's good. I did enjoy it. I wasn't bored. I wasn't let down. And I will say, as far as like scariest movie ever made buzz goes, this one's probably one of the better ones that gets slapped with that title. I like it more than Longlegs. I can safely say that. So let's dive into it a bit. Immediately, I want to talk about the gimmick because that is going to be the bulk of what you experience here. It is about a podcast host, and they go through the creepy stories for their podcast and figure out if the paranormal is real. One of them's a skeptic, the main character that we follow, and her co-host is more willing to believe in it. Not that that overly matters. Also, we are going to get into some spoilers here because some of my complaints, they do get spoilery, so I'm going to give you fair warning now. But anyway, we follow Evie. Justin is the co-host who is just kind of there to like reinforce that, oh man, this might be real, where Evie's like, well, actually, this might just be psychosis. That kind of thing, which I think is a fine dichotomy. I think that they bounce off each other well on the podcast, but that sets the stage. It is all about audio for the most part, and it is a slow burn of a movie. In fact, like the first 40 minutes, nothing's happening outside of setting the stage for the main story that we dive into, which is a mysterious email that Justin receives as the subject for their podcast episode. It comes from a mumbo-jumbo email sounding like a 10-minute mail address, and it was attached with, it had 10 audio files attached and some gobbledygook in the base of it. So they decide to go through it, which I think is also a little weird the way they set it up. It didn't narratively make sense. This is apparently a very popular podcast, and yet he just randomly clicked on an email that just said lol. He even said, like, I got a weird email that said lol. So I clicked on it, and there was 10 audio files there with no actual information or anything. So we're going to listen to him for the episode. That feels like a bit of a leap there. But anyway, it then dives into these audio files, and we learn about two characters in these audio files, Mike and Jessa. And some really peculiar stuff is happening in their relationship, potentially possession. I don't want to spoil everything, so I'm not going to get into like full-blown spoilers or anything. I just want to
having to always be watching what's happening. Like, dude, Justin Bieber is just a regular dude at the end of the day. He wants to be able to go outside and do his own thing. Like, this would be really annoying as if every time you walked outside, somebody was trying to take a picture of you, and then you get on TV, and then somebody's talking about them taking a picture of you. Like, the breach of privacy and just, it's constant, dude.
Penises on the internet. I was like, what? How does? And so then the first thing I saw was like the censored one, and they had like the black thing over it, and I'm like, oh my goodness. Like, I don't know what this is gonna look like, and then it wasn't as like bad as I thought it was gonna be.
Yeah.
It wasn't like terrible.
I'm no expert, but I heard
the British government and the European governments around these European countries like Germany, France, they have engineered a situation that's radicalized a lot of people. I haven't even seen this. Look at this. Totally gridlocked Manchester City Center with a major fight back against immigration. Oh, shit. Look at the sign. Oh, boy. Wow, that's a lot of people. Give us some. We love you. Yeah. Remigration now. Big things are happening, gentlemen. Big things are happening. I am very happy to see this. This is amazing.
Well, as you heard from the leader of Britain First himself, today marks Manchester for the English, and this is
an important reason. So, like, basically, people might wonder, like, why I give a shit about this, because usually I say, like, I don't care what happens in other countries. Number one, like, Britain is like an ideological, you know, like brother or sister nation to America in a lot of ways, right? I mean, a lot of people came from there, etc. So there's definitely that. There's also that when it's like a dominoes, right? As soon as it happens in Britain and it becomes normalized in Britain, then it becomes normalized in France. Then after it's normalized in France, it becomes normalized in Spain. After that, it's normalized in Italy. After that, it's normalized in Germany. And then all the dominoes start falling because there's a lot of people that feel this way, but there is the illusion of social pressure that you're not not allowed to express it. So the moment that the dam breaks and people are able to express these viewpoints again, then you're going to see a deluge of these people. Like, you're going to see this multiply by like hundreds, right? Literally, like, for every one person that's here, there's going to be probably like 10 or like 20 people that are there. No, it's Domino's. Yeah, British likes warm beer, Coast. Yeah, exactly. And no wonder they're having a hard time defending their own culture. Well, I don't know about that. As a German, I really hope you're right with this. Yeah, of course. And so please be careful with your words. Well, I'm just saying what I think is going to happen. Like, in my opinion, I think they have a huge immigration problem, a huge migrant problem, and they need to get rid of them. They need to send them all back. That's exactly what they need to do. They need to take the amount of migrants they take and take it down to literally zero, put it to zero, and then remove every asylum seeker in the country from a non-Western country. Like, for example, like if someone's an asylum seeker from Ukraine, I think they're fine. But if someone's an asylum seeker from like a PvP server, like Afghanistan, they need to go. That's what I would do.
One of the first times a major right-wing political party has talked about remigration, the concept of the repatriation of people who democratically, risk the security of our people.
Yep. The risking the security. That's a good way to say it. It absolutely is. And I'm glad to see this. Invaders just attacked the March for Remigration. Oh, no. Yep. Uh-oh. Man, not a good idea? No. The police are trying to get him away. That's smart. The punishment of sneaking out of the country shouldn't be deportation when you have your previous assets and language. You think we should take all their stuff? It's a good idea. Maybe we should do that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, here it is. So there's been a whole march for remigration in Manchester. I didn't even hear about this. So they're having a massive thing.
Here.
What
being
happened?
held at the moment.
Why's he got a stick?
It's going off over here.
Get back! Get back!
Oh, he's got a bat. Oh, he's got
Uh-oh.
a bat drawn out. He's just pulled
Uh-oh.
the flag. He's just grabbed hold of that flag, ripped it off. He just ripped hold of that flag.
The next step to this, by the way, is that people will just openly say that they're racist. That's the next step. So whenever people start doing that, that's whenever things are really going to accelerate. Because you've got right now people that still try to pretend like, oh, that's not the reason why. When they start pushing that, that's whenever you know things are really getting real.
Horses coming across.
Yep, you got the cavalry.
They're going to grab him. They're going to grab him. They're going to grab him.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Oh, he's having a swing.
Oh, they're getting violent.
He's got a helmet on this lad. He ain't getting nowhere, mate.
You brought him Big Baldy.
They
They got him Big Baldy.
How's he not been nicked?
That's a big boy. Look at him.
All these police. How's he not been nicked yet?
That's an orc. Hide behind the cops, yeah. Uh-oh. So they're running him out. The next step is police not getting in the way?
I don't know.
No, I don't think police are going to do that yet. I think that will happen. Notice the cops doing fuck all? Well, they're probably scared.
Uh-oh. We've got a whole load of people
Holy
coming.
shit.
They're in trouble now. They're in trouble now. They're in a lot of trouble now, and he knows it. It's written all over his face. It's written all over his face at the moment. He is right in trouble, and he knows it. Oh, dear.
Oh, man.
Oh, dear.
Jesus.
He's been run away from his own motor. He's over here. He's over here at the moment. Yeah, you're okay, you're okay, you're okay. I'm not interfering, mate. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Yeah. He's been grabbed. He's been grabbed at the moment.
Uh-oh. You're gonna be a cop, be scared, and actually have to do your job. You shouldn't be a cop. It's easy to say whenever it's not you that could die. Always easy to say. And so anyway, UK and England, flag cult protesting in Manchester provoked and attacked Muslim men. They called them dirty Muslim rats. Then they shouted Allah Akbar. Who the fuck is Allah? Islamophobia is a cancer in Britain, fueled by Restore Britain. How much more can we take? Man. I'm going to tell you one thing. I've said this before. Islamophobia is a made-up word that's invented to shut down criticism of Islam. Islam is completely justified in being criticized. Don't ever let somebody tell you that you're not allowed to criticize Islam or Islamophobia is a legitimate thing. Islam is a religion. It's a selection and a collection of ideas. I have a lot of friends that are Muslim. I respect Muslims. I respect Islam. But that doesn't mean that you can't criticize it as well. This idea that they should have a unique privilege to not have their religion criticized is ridiculous. It goes counter to everything inside of Western culture, and anybody pushing that in our culture should be repudiated. So yeah, that's the way I see it. And they're evil. I got plenty of friends that are Muslim. I don't think they're evil. I got a lot of friends. We should never respect it. No, I got no problem. But the thing is, like, this is the way I see it, right? I said this many times. I go to Saudi Arabia, I respect it. They come here, I want them to respect what we do. It's simple. That's called, it's just respect, it's common sense. And I feel like anybody, like, how could you be against that? How could you say that's a bad thing? I don't know. And so same with anti-Semitism. I think anti-Semitism is a little bit different, but I think it's in general the case, right? Then don't go there then. Exactly, yeah, don't go there. Respect goes both ways, exactly. They won't assimilate here in the West, then don't let them come. Like, if they're not assimilating and they're causing problems, don't let them show up. Like, difference between trad Islam and reformist. Listen, my point is that if you come to another country and you don't assimilate with that culture and you push your own narrative, I think you've got a big problem. That's really where I'm at. That's you because you're the majority. If you were forced to live under Muslim majority rule, the dynamic would change. I don't want to live under Muslim majority rule. I want to live under Christian Western majority rule. Yeah. Like, I don't think there's a confusion here. Like, just because I can go to somebody else's country and respect what they're doing doesn't necessarily mean that I think this person is like, I want them to tell me what to do. Like, that's it. Sure. So, like, and that's fine. And, like, if a Muslim went and they told me, said, yeah, I'm here, right? I understand this, but I wish I was living in a country that had Sharia law. I would say respect. Because that's your ideology. That's the way you see the world. I don't have any problem with that. I don't think anybody should have a problem with that. The problem isn't that, see, the issue isn't that people want to live the way they want to live. The issue is that some people want to push a narrative that isn't real. That's the difference. They want to push it on somebody else. They want to tell other people what to do. It's more than that. You can say that because you're not overrun by these fucks. Yeah, exactly, right? But, like, and the thing is, like, I think that's fair. Like, you're absolutely right. But that's how I see things. If you're voting on reform, these are the kinds of people you're aligning yourself with. Nazi scum. Man. Here we go. Use the fact that they're scared and upset, because there are some good-intentioned people that think that whenever these people get scared and upset and worried, that now you have to, help them and be nice to them. There's no reason to do that. The fact is that if they're doing this and they're pushing this narrative, just keep going. Keep going, even because if you got people on the run, keep going even harder. To the extent that people express any weakness, that just means that you're winning. That's it. Mm-hmm. Never said anything about restore? Yeah.
For the last 4 centuries, the bedrock of modern science has rested on a single, humble assumption, the Copernican principle. It's the idea that there is nothing special about our place in the universe. We aren't at the center of the solar system. Our sun is just one of billions in the galaxy, and our galaxy is just an unremarkable speck in an infinite uniform sea of others. In the world of physics, we call this isotropy. It's the belief that if you look far enough into the distance, the universe should look statistically the same in every direction. There should be no up, no down, and certainly no left or right. This isn't just a philosophical preference, it is the fundamental math that allows our current model of cosmology, known as lambda CDM, to function. If the universe has a grain to it, a preferred direction, the equations we use to describe gravity and the Big Bang begin to fall apart. To test this, scientists look at the cosmic microwave background, or the CMB. This is the oldest light in existence, a baby picture of the universe captured just 380,000 years after the Big Bang. When you look at a map of the CMB, it looks like a chaotic, speckled mess of heat and cold. To a cosmologist, that randomness is beautiful. It's proof that the early universe was a smooth, well-mixed soup of energy. But when we began to peel back the layers of that noise, we found something that shouldn't exist. By breaking the CMB map down into different scales, a process called multipole expansion, scientists isolated the larger structures in the early universe. They looked at the quadrupole, which divides the sky into 4 broad regions, and the octupole, which divides it into 8. According to every law we have, these two patterns should have absolutely nothing to do with each other. They should be oriented at random angles, like two people throwing dice in different rooms. Instead, they are almost perfectly aligned. They form a distinct line across the sky, a cosmic axis. And here is the part that earned this discovery the name the axis of evil. This line doesn't just point anywhere. It appears to be aligned with the ecliptic plane of our own solar system. It points toward the path the sun takes across our sky and toward the equinoxes. The implications of this are, quite literally, world-shaking. If the larger structures in the 13.8 billion-year-old universe are physically tied to the orientation of our tiny 4.5 billion-year-old solar system, it suggests one of two things. Either we are seeing a ghost in the data, a mistake so profound it has fooled our best satellites, or the Copernican principle is a lie. If the axis is real, the universe isn't a uniform sea. It has a direction, it has a north. And today we are going to explore why that discovery has pushed modern cosmology into a state of absolute crisis. Before we look at the data itself, we have to understand the tool scientists use to find patterns in the sky. This tool is called multipole expansion. If you think of the cosmic microwave background as a complex musical chord, multipole expansion is the process of breaking that chord down into its individual notes. The first note is the dipole. This simply shows that one side of the sky is slightly warmer because our galaxy is moving through space. Scientists subtract this out immediately. The next note is the quadrupole, which represents the temperature fluctuations on the largest possible scale, essentially dividing the sky into 4 broad patches of hot and cold. After that comes the octupole, which divides the sky into 8 patches. In a universe that began with a random period of inflation, these notes should be completely independent. There is no physical mechanism in our standard model that would cause the quadrupole and the octupole to correlate strongly with each other. They are products of quantum fluctuations that occurred in the first trillionth of a second of time. Expecting them to point in the same direction is like expecting 2 different people to drop a handful of marbles and have them land in the exact same geometric pattern. In 2005, researchers using data from the Wilkinson Microwave Anisotropy Probe, or WMAP, decided to measure the orientation of these 2 specific notes. What they found was a statistical anomaly that defied explanation. The axis of the quadrupole and the axis of the octupole were almost perfectly correlated. They were stacked on top of each other, pointing toward a specific direction in space. The term axis of evil was coined by cosmologist Huo Magejo because of how much damage this alignment does to our theories. If the larger structures in the universe are aligned, it suggests that the universe is not isotropic. It suggests that space has a top and a bottom. This is a direct violation of the cosmological principle, which is the assumption that the laws of physics and the distribution of matter are the same everywhere. The strangeness does not stop at the alignment itself. When the researchers projected this axis onto a map of our own sky, they found that it sat almost exactly on the ecliptic. The ecliptic is the plane of the Earth's orbit around the Sun. Furthermore, the alignment seemed to respect the equinoxes. This creates a massive logical hurdle. The cosmic microwave background light was set in stone nearly 14 billion years ago. Our solar system only formed about 4.5 billion years ago. There is no reason why a pattern from the beginning of time should be aware of the orbital path of a small planet around a middle-aged star in a distant corner of a random galaxy. Statistically, the chances of this happening by accident are calculated to be less than 0.1%. While that might sound like enough room for a coincidence, in the world of physics, a 99.9% certainty that something is wrong usually signals a major discovery or a massive error. When this data first arrived, many scientists assumed it was a mistake. They thought that perhaps the WMAP satellite had a subtle bias in its sensors, or that the way we were subtracting the light from our own galaxy was leaving behind a shadow that looked like a pattern. They waited for the next generation of technology to disprove it. However, when the Planck satellite launched years later with much higher resolution and better sensitivity, the alignment did not go away. Planck confirmed exactly what WMAP had seen. The axis was still there, sitting on the ecliptic, mocking our assumption that we live in a random and unremarkable universe. This confirmation shifted the conversation from, "Is this a mistake?" to, "What is the universe trying to tell us?" Whenever we find something in the data that seems to overturn everything we know about physics, the first reaction of the scientific community is not excitement. It is deep, heavy skepticism. In the case of the axis of evil, the immediate assumption was that we weren't looking at the universe at all, but rather a reflection of our own backyard. The most prominent argument against the axis of evil is known as foreground contamination. The cosmic microwave background light is the oldest light in the sky, but to see it, our satellites have to look through everything that sits between us and the edge of the observable universe. The biggest obstacle is our own galaxy. The Milky Way is a chaotic, bright, and dusty place. It emits its own radiation in the form of synchrotron emission from high-speed electrons and thermal dust from star-forming regions. To create the clean CMB maps we see in textbooks, scientists have to subtract this galactic noise. This process is called cleaning the map. If the subtraction is even slightly off, the geometry of the Milky Way can leak into the cosmic data. Because the Milky Way sits on the same general plane as our solar system, any leaked signal would naturally appear to be aligned with the ecliptic. This would create a ghost pattern that looks like a cosmic axis but is actually just poorly removed dust from our own neighborhood. Another technical hurdle is the way we account for our own movement. Our solar system is moving through space at about 370 kilometers per second relative to the CMB. This movement creates a massive dipole effect, where one side of the sky looks warmer and the other looks cooler. While the dipole is easy to remove, it can create a secondary effect called the kinetic quadrupole. If the math used to correct for our motion is not perfect, it can distort the larger multipoles, potentially forcing the quadrupole and octupole into an artificial alignment. Beyond the hardware and the dust, there is the problem of the mask. Because the center of our galaxy is so bright that we cannot see through it, cosmologists literally place a digital mask over that part of the sky, ignoring those pixels entirely. However, when you cut a giant hole out of the middle of a dataset, you change the statistical properties of that set. Critics argue that the specific shape of the mask we use might be squeezing the multipole math in a way that creates a fake alignment. This is known as an artifact of the reconstruction process. Finally, we have to consider the look elsewhere effect. This is a statistical principle that states if you look at a large enough dataset for long enough, you will eventually find a pattern that looks impossible. The human brain is evolved to find patterns even where none exist. Scientists have pointed out that while the alignment with the ecliptic is strange, if it had aligned with the galactic North Pole or the path of the Moon instead, we would still be calling it a miracle. The skeptics argue that we have cherry-picked this specific anomaly out of thousands of possible statistical fluctuations. They suggest that the axis of evil is not a physical reality, but a cold spot in our understanding of statistics. However, as we will see in the next section, when the Planck satellite used entirely different frequencies and better cleaning methods and still found the same axis, the mistake theory became much harder to defend. The scientific community initially hoped that the axis of evil would simply vanish with better technology. The Wilkinson Microwave Anisotropy Probe, or WMAP, had provided a revolutionary look at the early universe, but it had its limitations in terms of sensitivity and frequency range. When the European Space Agency launched the Planck satellite, it was equipped with the most sophisticated microwave detectors ever built. Planck was designed to map the cosmic microwave background with a level of precision that would theoretically settle any lingering doubts about foreground contamination or instrumental bias. When the first major batch of Planck data was released in 2013 and subsequently refined in 2015 and 2018, the results were not what many cosmologists expected. The alignment between the quadrupole and the octupole remained. In fact, Planck confirmed the existence of the axis across multiple frequencies, making it much harder to argue that the pattern was just a shadow left behind by the dust of the Milky Way. If the anomaly were merely a mistake in how we cleaned the map, it should have looked different when viewed through Planck's superior high-frequency instruments. Instead, the signal was incredibly consistent. This confirmation moved the debate into a more rigorous phase focused on polarization. Most of the maps we see of the CMB are temperature maps, showing the tiny variations in heat across the sky. However, the light from the early universe is also polarized. As photons scattered off electrons in the hot, dense plasma of the early universe, they gained a specific orientation, or twist, known as E-mode polarization. The logic behind the polarization test is straightforward. If the axis of evil is a real physical feature of the geometry of the universe, it should show up in the polarization data just as clearly as it does in the temperature data. If the alignment only exists in temperature, then it is almost certainly a statistical fluke or a very specific type of local interference. By 2024 and 2025, advanced analyses of the Planck polarization maps began to reach the public. The results have been described as frustratingly ambiguous. Some research teams found that the polarization data does indeed show a preferred direction that matches the temperature axis. This suggests that whatever caused the alignment was present at the very moment the light was released, long before our solar system existed. However, other groups have argued that the signal-to-noise ratio in the polarization maps is still too low to be definitive. Because the polarization of the CMB is much weaker than the temperature fluctuations, it is easier for small errors to hide the true signal. This has led to a split in the community. One side argues that the persistence of the axis across two different satellite missions and multiple types of data is a smoking gun for new physics. The other side maintains that we are still dealing with a statistical cold spot that will eventually be explained away by more precise measurements. What makes this section of the story so critical is that it eliminates the easy answers. We can no longer blame the WMAP satellite for having a faulty camera, and we can no longer say the pattern is just a simple smear of galactic dust. The Planck mission proved that the axis of evil is a robust feature of our current maps of the universe. This leaves us with a difficult choice. We must either accept that our statistical methods are failing us in a very specific way, or we must accept that the universe is not the uniform, isotropic place we have always assumed it to be. The most significant argument for the axis of evil being a fluke was always its isolation. For years, skeptics could argue that if the universe really had a preferred direction, we should see evidence of it in things other than just the light of the Big Bang. If the very fabric of space is lopsided, that bias should affect the motion of galaxies and the orientation of the massive structures within them. By 2024 and 2025, that isolation argument began to crumble as independent datasets started to show the same directional bias. The first major piece of supporting evidence comes from a phenomenon known as dark flow. By studying the kinetic Sunyaev-Zeldovich effect, which is essentially how CMB photons get kicked by the hot gas in galaxy clusters, astronomers found something baffling. Thousands of galaxy clusters separated by vast distances appear to be cruising at immense speeds toward a very specific patch of the sky. This motion is not caused by the expansion of the universe, and it is not caused by the gravity of any known mass. It is a coherent, large-scale flow that suggests something outside our observable horizon is pulling on the matter within it. Crucially, the vector of this dark flow is roughly consistent with the axis of evil found in the CMB. This suggests that the alignment isn't just a pattern in the temperature of ancient light, but a physical characteristic of how matter moves through the cosmos. If galaxies are being pulled in a specific direction, it implies that the universe is not the same in every direction. It means the assumption of isotropy, which is required for our standard model of physics to work, is fundamentally flawed. The situation became even more complex with the recent release of massive surveys of quasars. Quasars are the extremely bright centers of distant galaxies, powered by supermassive black holes. Because they are visible across billions of light years, they serve as markers for the large-scale structure of the universe. In studies conducted between 2022 and 2025, researchers found that the spin axes of these quasars are not random. Instead, they appear to be aligned with each other over distances of billions of light years. Even more startling is that these quasar alignments seem to follow the same large-scale web that matches the CMB axis. There is no standard physical mechanism that should cause a black hole in one corner of the universe to align its spin with a black hole in another corner, unless they were both influenced by a single, universal grain in the geometry of space. When you take the CMB data, the dark flow data, and the quasar alignment data together, the statistical probability of all three pointing in the same direction by chance drops to almost zero. This is what scientists call a multi-messenger crisis. We are no longer looking at a single anomaly in a single satellite's map. We are looking at a consistent directional bias that shows up in the temperature of the early universe, the motion of modern galaxy clusters, and the orientation of ancient black holes. The coincidence is becoming too large to ignore. It suggests that our map of the universe is not just slightly off, but that we have fundamentally misunderstood the shape of the container we live in. If these independent measurements are all seeing the same thing, the axis of evil is not a ghost in the machine. It is the first real evidence that the universe has a preferred orientation. It suggests that the uniformity we have preached for a century might be a local illusion, and that on the larger scales, the cosmos has a structure that we are only just beginning to map. The reason the axis of evil is so deeply unsettling to the scientific community is that it does not exist in a vacuum. It is part of a growing list of contradictions that suggest our standard model of the universe, known as lambda CDM, is beginning to crack. For decades, we have relied on a specific set of equations called the Friedmann-Lemaitre-Robertson-Walker metric. This math is the foundation of almost everything we know about the Big Bang, but it requires two non-negotiable assumptions. The universe must be the same in every direction, and it must be the same in every location. If the axis of evil is a real physical feature, both of those assumptions are technically dead. This brings us to the most famous conflict in modern astronomy, the Hubble tension. For years, different methods of measuring the expansion rate of the universe have given different results. When we measure the expansion using the cosmic microwave background, we get one number. When we measure it using distant stars and supernovae, we get a significantly higher number. For a long time, cosmologists hoped this was just a measurement error. But as of 2026, the gap has only widened. There is a growing theory that the Hubble tension and the axis of evil are actually two symptoms of the same underlying sickness in our model. If the universe has a preferred direction or a lopsided structure, the expansion rate would not be the same everywhere. We might be living in a region of space that is expanding differently than the rest of the cosmos. If we are calculating the age and growth of the universe based on the idea that everything is uniform, but we are actually sitting in a preferred direction, our numbers will never match. The axis of evil is the directional evidence, and the Hubble tension is the speed evidence. Together, they suggest that our standard model is an oversimplification of a much more complex reality. This forces us to confront the breakdown of the Copernican principle. If we find that the universe has a structure that aligns with our own solar system, we are faced with a choice that many scientists find physically repulsive. We have to consider the possibility that our position in the universe is not average. Some theorists have proposed that we might be located near the center of a giant cosmic void. In this scenario, the axis isn't a property of the whole universe, but a result of how light travels through the empty space around us. However, accepting this means giving up the idea that the laws of physics are the same everywhere. It would mean that what we observe from Earth is a special case rather than a universal truth. For 400 years, science has progressed by moving away from the idea that we are the center of anything. To suggest that the large-scale structure of the cosmos is tied to our specific coordinates feels like a step backward toward ancient pre-scientific geocentrism. This is why the debate over the axis is so heated. It isn't just about data points on a map. It is about whether the core philosophy of the scientific method is still valid. If the Copernican principle fails, the lambda CDM model becomes a local theory rather than a universal one. We would have to invent an entirely new form of physics that accounts for anisotropy, a universe that has a grain, a flow, or a permanent lopsidedness. We are currently in a period of crisis science, where the old rules no longer explain what we are seeing, but the new rules haven't been written yet. The axis of evil is the most visible signpost pointing toward that new, unknown physics. It tells us that the universe is not the simple, smooth sphere we wanted it to be. It is something much stranger, and it might be something that is specifically oriented toward our front door. If the axis of evil is a physical reality, then our fundamental understanding of space itself must be incomplete. The most conservative way to explain the alignment without throwing away all of modern physics is through what cosmologists call non-trivial topology. In the standard model, we usually assume the universe is infinite and flat. However, if the universe is finite but has no edge, like a three-dimensional version of a donut or a 3 torus, it would change how light behaves over massive distances. In a torus-shaped universe, if you travel far enough in one direction, you eventually end up back where you started. This wrapping effect means that light from the Big Bang would take multiple paths to reach us, essentially echoing around the shape of the universe. This geometry would naturally create a preferred direction. If the donut is narrower in one dimension than another, the largest temperature fluctuations in the CMB would align themselves along that specific axis. Recent 2025 simulations have shown that a 3 torus topology could reproduce the quadrupole and octupole alignment seen by Planck almost perfectly, all without requiring us to be in a special location. However, if the universe isn't just shaped differently, but actually functions differently, we have to look at Finsler geometry. For over a century, general relativity has relied on Riemannian geometry, which assumes that the properties of space are the same regardless of the direction you are facing. Finsler geometry is a more complex mathematical framework that allows for anisotropy to be baked into the fabric of space-time itself. In a Finslerian universe, the speed of light or the strength of gravity could vary slightly depending on your orientation. While this sounds radical, it would explain why we see a preferred direction in the CMB, the motion of galaxy clusters, and the spin of quasars. It would mean that the grain we are seeing isn't an error in our maps, but a fundamental property of the vacuum. A newer and perhaps more provocative frontier is the holographic projection hypothesis. which gained significant traction in 2025. This theory suggests that our three-dimensional universe is a projection of information stored on a two-dimensional boundary at the edge of space. In this model, the axis of evil is not a physical line in space, but an optical artifact caused by our position relative to that boundary. It is similar to how a person standing in a room with a holographic display might see a pattern that appears to shift or align as they move. If this is true, the axis is the first tangible evidence that we are living in a holographic projection, providing a bridge between the macroscopic world of cosmology and the microscopic world of quantum information theory. Finally, we have the theory of primordial magnetism. Some researchers argue that in the first fraction of a second after the Big Bang, the universe was permeated by a massive coherent magnetic field. This field would have acted like a physical guide, directing the flow of plasma and the formation of the first structures. Because magnetic fields have a north and south pole, they naturally create an axis. This field would have left a permanent imprint on the cosmic microwave background and influenced the rotation of every galaxy that formed afterward. All of these theories share a common goal: to find a physical reason for the alignment that doesn't require a miracle. Whether it is the shape of the universe wrapping around itself, a fundamental grain in the math of gravity, or a holographic trick of perspective, these frontiers suggest that the axis of evil is not a mistake to be corrected. It is a signal from a deeper level of reality that we are only just beginning to decode. We are moving away from the smooth universe of the 20th century and toward a structured universe that is far more complex than we ever dared to imagine. The axis of evil remains one of the most uncomfortable secrets in modern astronomy. For over 2 decades, we have poked and prodded at this anomaly, hoping it would simply dissolve under the lens of better technology. We moved from the grainy maps of WMAP to the high-definition precision of the Planck satellite, and yet the alignment persisted. We looked past the temperature of the early universe and into the polarization of its light, the motion of its galaxies, and the rotation of its black holes. In almost every direction we have turned, we have found hints of the same directional bias. As of 2026, we find ourselves at a crossroads. The standard model of cosmology, which has served as our guide for a generation, is clearly missing a piece of the puzzle. We are seeing a universe that is far more structured and perhaps far more eccentric than our theories allow. If the axis is real, it signals the end of the era of the unremarkable universe. It tells us that the space we inhabit is not a generic, uniform void, but a place with a specific geometry, a specific flow, and a specific orientation. This discovery forces a shift in how we view our place in the cosmos. For centuries, we have fought to remove ourselves from the center of the narrative, moving Earth further and further into the shadows of mediocrity. But if the largest structures in existence really are aligned with our solar system, we are faced with a mystery that borders on the philosophical. It does not necessarily mean that the universe was designed for us, but it does suggest that our neighborhood is somehow fundamentally linked to the architecture of the whole. Whether that link is a result of the shape of the universe wrapping around itself, a holographic projection, or a local void in which we happen to reside, the result is the same. The Copernican principle, in its simplest form, is no longer sufficient to describe reality. New missions like the Lightbird satellite and the Simons Observatory are currently being tuned to look for the definitive smoking gun in the CMB's B-mode polarization. These instruments are designed to see through the remaining layers of galactic dust with unprecedented clarity. They will either confirm once and for all that the axis of evil is a physical property of the vacuum, or they will finally provide the evidence needed to dismiss it as the most elaborate statistical fluke in history. Until then, the axis remains a scar on our map of the universe. It is a reminder that science is never settled and that the universe is under no obligation to be simple or even logical by our standards. We began this journey looking for a random, messy afterglow of a chaotic explosion. Instead, we found something that looks like a compass needle. Whether that needle is pointing toward a new era of physics or toward a fundamental error in our own perception is the great question of our age. We are no longer just observers of a uniform sea of stars. We are explorers of a cosmos that has a direction, a structure, and a secret written across the sky in the oldest light we can see.
Why do they not firebomb cars? It's not America. It's not what they do. That's what those like weird Antifa people do. It's not Antifa. These people care about their country. They don't want to destroy it. It's pretty obvious. No, this is amazing to see. I'm happy to see this a lot. They're closer to Nazis than right-wing people. Well, who cares how close they are to a Nazi? Like, I mean, this is not going to be like that type of, like, any sort of messaging. I got to explain this to you. Any kind of messaging that's trying to tell people like, oh, this person's a Nazi, that person's a Nazi, or something like that, this doesn't work anymore. This doesn't work on anybody. It's not a winning argument. It's not a winning message. It doesn't work at all. Nobody cares. The only people that care are people that want to take away your rights and your right to live in a country in the way that you want. That's it. It's that simple. People actually fought Nazis to be labeled as Nazis today. Yeah. Oh. That's an old school emote. You don't see that one anymore. That's from like the. Oh. That's a. Oh. That's an old school emote. You don't see that one anymore. That's from like the last season. Yeah, you had to have the maxed out battle pass from the last season to get that one. This is the wrong hand. It was. And that's a leftist Nazi. Yeah, exactly. And so what is this here? And why'd you climb 40K? Who cares? Like, I don't know. I stream. The thing is, people always get focused on viewer count, etc. You know, whether I'm getting 10K, 20K, 50K, 100K viewers is still going to be the same thing. Like, we're still going to be here. Like, I know Twitch viewers care a lot about that for, like, some reason. They get really fixated on, like, numbers and shit. I'm just here for fun. I'm here for fun. I like streaming. And so, like, just enjoy the ride. Enjoy the show. So, yeah. It doesn't matter to me. Like, I never look at things or think about it or worry about it, anything like that. So, people don't put yourself in that position. It's not relevant. That's what I'm really saying. It's just simply not relevant. Uh-oh. No, I'm trying to see some more of these here too. No, this is going to be even more of it. Let me go back here. Clashes are taking place in Manchester, England after an attack by Antifa and migrant gangs. And oh my God. Look at all these people. Jesus, it's loud. Man. Grab those flags now. Yeah, they got a lot of these flags. Racists beat down a brown man in the streets of Manchester during a far-right march. See, the kind of stuff that I see this at, this is what I find find to always be funny is that this is the same type of manipulation that a lot of these people do, is that what they show at the beginning. Oh, I might have to see that. Oh, I might have to see that. Oh, I might have to see that.
Ben Shapiro is undoubtedly an intelligent and influential commentator.
Yeah.
I've always liked and respected him, even when we disagree. I still do. He's stridently partisan and staunchly conservative, of course,
Yeah.
but he's willing to criticize Trump and others in the administration when he thinks they've got it wrong. Well, one thing he doesn't criticize, however, is Israel. And he routinely gets very upset when other people do. It's such a blind spot.
I wonder why.
Well, for
Nobody
Ben,
knows.
Through the red mist of
It's
his
a
rage,
mystery.
he sees an alternate reality where anybody who disagrees with him is a demonic, America-hating terror apologist who can only possibly be doing it for ratings.
Oh.
And it was brought to my attention that he was very upset about a debate last week featuring Dave Smith.
So last night on Piers Morgan, which is the Jerry Springer of political television, where people gather to
hose mad
chairs of one another and determine paternity. Piers Morgan, who has sort of made a mockery of the entire industry by putting on screen, whatever dregs are still willing to go on screen with Piers Morgan. He had on Dave Smith.
He's so mad. Why is he so mad?
You know, apparently his job is never to tell jokes, but to instead.
It's going to be a sombrero by 5 years, guys. I'm telling you. Like, it is gaining so much power. This is crazy. It is. He's eyebrow maxing? Yeah.
And also to hate America.
It's
Here
like
we
that
go.
dad from American, was it American Pie?
Well, first, Jerry Springer was a very good friend of mine, and he was a beloved national treasure.
Jerry Springer was a beloved national treasure, and he was also a gifted and talented politician before he became a TV show host.
Actually hosted one of the most successful shows in television history.
True.
And became a media mogul worth hundreds of
remember
millions
that?
of dollars. So thank you for that comparison, Ben. Second, we proudly host lively debates on things that people care about, featuring guests that people care about, to cover both sides of complex news stories in an engaging way. Do the debates sometimes get a bit combative? Yes. Do audiences tend to enjoy a bit of theatrical rough and tumble? Of course they do. That's why the Daily Wire, Ben's company, has an entire political debate show which is literally called Bar Fight. That's why Ben...
So wait a minute, he's running a show called Bar Fight and he's shitting on Piers Morgan? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
His own show features hard-hitting segments including Ben Shapiro destroys celebrity ice reactions.
Damn.
Ben Shapiro destroys the Golden Globe.
Damn, with facts and logic.
Shapiro reacts to woke TikToks.
He's that guy.
Ben Shapiro reacts to woke socialist TikToks.
Sounds like my channel.
Ben Shapiro reacts to woke religious TikToks.
Oh, they're so
when it comes to
stupid.
humiliating the industry, please tell me why the Pulitzer Prize Committee did not reward Mr. Shapiro for this masterpiece.
What the Run.
Oh, no!
You could say that makes a mockery of the industry. Third, I want to examine the charge that I've committed a sin against journalism by hosting what Ben Shapiro describes as whatever dregs are still willing to appear on my show.
I got invited on Piers Morgan. Speaking of dregs.
Well, on the subject of Iran and US foreign policy specifically, recent guests have included Masih Alinejad, Lisa Daftari, Patrick Bet-David, Carla Sands, Rob O'Neill, Goldie Gamari, Jonathan Conricus, Alan Dershowitz, Alika Lebon, Ambassador John Bolton,
I don't do
General
collabs,
Richard Clark,
really.
General Mark Kimmett, a former UN
I
prosecutor
like Piers Morgan a lot, though.
Iran of mass murder, Ambassador Mike Huckabee, former Vice President Mike Pence, Eric Weinstein, Josh
Well, that guy
Hammer,
was a
former
clown.
Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, and the IDF spokesman Nadav Shoshani. Now, it's unlikely that Ben is talking about any of these people because they
I
are...
bet he's talking about people that... I bet Ben's talking about people that he disagrees with. I bet he's talking about people that don't speak favorably about Israel.
Bro, so what do you think of Earth so far? Honestly, your honest feelings about planet Earth. What do you think?
Well, I think that
you know, at the end of the day, humans, as good intentioned as they may be, they are bacteria, and they are eroding the planet. I think
clearly.
I mean, the animals are chill. You know, I really
Dude, the animals are so
dogs,
chill.
Shout out dogs.
Humans. The greatest thing that humans ever did was to turn wolves into dogs.
Domesticate
like
the
they
dogs.
literally pussified a wolf.
Yes.
And I couldn't be happier about it.
They're so cute, and I love them so much, and I like to pet them, and it makes me happy. But as a whole, you know, I think the humans as a species are a bacteria.
Yeah.
And I do think that they're eroding this really dense, rich planet that has a lot of really good resources.
Yeah.
And they're ruining it.
And one of the best resources that Earth has, obviously, dogs.
Dogs.
Bro, so what do you think of Earth so far? Honestly, your honest feelings about planet Earth. What do you think?
Well, I think that, you know, at the end of the day, humans, as good intentioned as they may be, they are bacteria. And they are eroding the planet. I think
clearly.
I mean, the animals are chill. You know, I really.
Dude, the animals are so
dogs,
chill.
Shout out dogs.
Humans, the greatest thing that humans ever did.
When it comes to humiliating the industry, please tell me why the Pulitzer Prize Committee did not reward Mr. Shapiro for this masterpiece.
What the Run.
Oh no!
You could say that makes a mockery of the industry. Third, I want to examine the charge that I've committed a sin against journalism by hosting what Ben Shapiro describes as whatever dregs are still willing to appear on my show.
I got invited on Piers Morgan. Speaking of dregs.
Well, on the subject of Iran and US foreign policy specifically, recent guests have included Masih Alinejad, Lisa Daftari, Patrick Bet-David, Carla Sands, Rob O'Neill, Goldie Gamari, Jonathan Conricus, Alan Dershowitz, Alika Lebon, Ambassador John Bolton,
I don't do collabs,
Clark,
really.
General Mark Kimmett, a former UN prosecutor.
I like Piers Morgan a lot, though.
Iran of mass murder, Ambassador Mike Huckabee, former Vice President Mike Pence, Eric Weinstein, Josh Hammer, former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, and the IDF spokesman Nadav Shoshani. Now, it's unlikely that Ben is talking about any of these people because they
I bet he's talking about people that... I bet Ben's talking about people that he disagrees with. I bet he's talking about people that don't speak favorably about Israel.
Either
that's what I think is going on.
Or to some extent, they are supportive of attacking Iran to destroy its regime.
Oh, yeah.
It's also unlikely he's talking about, say, Michael Knowles or Isabel Brown.
Because he employs
valuable
them.
contributions to the show on a regular basis and do, of course, work alongside Ben Shapiro at the Daily Wire.
That's right.
So what is he really talking about? Well, we know he doesn't like Dave Smith and flat out refuses to debate him, which strikes me as pretty cowardly. You can make up your own minds about why he refuses. And what Ben really takes issue with is that among the many guests supporting his worldview, and specifically supporting Israel, we also invite many people who don't support his worldview and don't support...
there's the problem right there. Why would you invite somebody that doesn't think Israel is the best country in the world? What are you, an anti-Semite? Didn't you know the Piers Morgan show was promised to Israel 3,000 years ago?
The Israeli government.
Take Piers Morgan, of course, suggesting the only reason that I was not appearing on his show anymore was his criticism of Israel, which is weird because I appeared on his show for literally months after October 7th, even though he was already critical of Israel.
That's not true. He was getting a lot of harassment and people mad at him because he wasn't critical of Israel. And then he had on pro-Palestine voices after that. And then people said that he was critical of Israel. So to the extent that Piers Morgan expressed any sort of sympathy to either side, he was accused of being a shill from the other side.
And I really haven't said anything on Piers or about Piers or to Piers for probably a year. I just stopped appearing on his show. Why? Well, honestly, he kept bringing on actual Nazis and the Nazi adjacent, and then treated them all too often as voices worthy of a large audience. Like,
well, I mean, wait a second. So if they had a large audience, wouldn't that make them a voice worthy of a large audience because they had a large audience? Like Nick. I mean, we all know who we're talking. Like, what are we doing? We all know who we're talking about here, okay? Everybody knows it. So, Nick has people watching him all the time. This is, it's just so ridiculous.
For example, these people.
I believe that Jewish supremacy...
Oh, Dan. I think Dan is such an idiot. He's such an idiot. He's way too aggressive about Israel. And I think that I agree with Ben that Dan is a dumbass, but I don't think Dan is a Nazi. I just think that he hates Israel.
Is the greatest threat to America. And I think it's the greatest threat to the world today. I truly believe that.
You think... Is that... Surprise, surprise. Look who is.
That was very cool.
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
It's going to be the headlines tomorrow. Piers Morgan, Israel is ISIS.
Only amongst people who weren't listening.
Bassem Youssef is a fucking Nazi? What the hell are you talking about? No, he's not. What the fuck do you mean? What a dumbass. He's a piece of shit? You can say he's not a Nazi. He's a fucking Nazi.
That's how I feel about those young men in Gaza.
Norman Finkelstein's not a Nazi either. What the fuck are you talking about? The only one that you could even make half of an argument for is Nick. And you could make maybe 10% or 20% of an argument for Dan. Norm Finkelstein, get the fuck out of here.
Ask me why I won't condemn them. Because those young men were born into a concentration camp.
He's right. No, Norm's right. Absolutely, you should look at the fact that, yeah, they're radicalized because that's what happened. Like, blaming them and saying that they're victims of propaganda is something that's easy to say. That doesn't mean you shouldn't act against them. Like, oh my God, what a stupid idiot. What a stupid idiot. Oh. Here we go.
Has been a terrorist state. Okay, Israel right now is imparting a genocide and a Holocaust on the Gazan people.
Listen, it's Piers' choice who he decides to have on his show and how he decides to conduct the kind of clown car battle royale.
The only person that you could even vaguely create an argument that they were a Nazi is Nick. Nobody else in that entire category was a Nazi in even maybe 10%, other than you could say Dan is because he really hates Israel. Like, other than that, Candace she's not a Nazi, but she's not a Nazi. Like, why?
That he does on a show every night. And it's my choice not to join that circus. We all make our choices and we all live with them.
Yeah.
But some of us make our choices based on, actual principles and not the clicks.
Oh, he's making the choice based off of principles.
Last time Ben Shapiro appeared on Uncensored to discuss Israel's war on Hamas specifically was in March 2024.
Oh, that was a while ago.
At which time I was being accused on a daily basis of being a paid-up Israeli shill.
See, I remember. Piers remembers because it happened to him. It's almost like nobody remembers what happened. I always remember everything all the time. But it's good that he did too.
He lacks the self-awareness to realize that many pro-Palestine contributors got very angry with our show for hosting so-called genocide enablers like him. That's exactly why I'm not partisan and don't want to be. There is more than one view on any emotive or consequential subject. You can't.
And I think Piers Morgan was also influential in bringing the Palestinian struggle to a mainstream audience with interviews with Bassem Youssef. I think those are probably the most approachable interviews for people that weren't familiar with the topic after October 7th that I think really had people listening and paying attention.
Possibly know you are right if you don't know what the other side thinks.
Like, and again, you can not, like, I'm not trying to take a side here, but I'm saying that in doing so, I think that Piers did give a lot of credibility to the Palestinian movement. I think he did.
That's precisely why free speech exists as a principle we all defend.
Yeah.
And when it comes to principles, as Mr. Shapiro puts it, I'd remind him that I've left several high-profile jobs over my principles. Principles like my views on gun control and my belief that
Yeah, your opinions on gun control are stupid, Piers. They're dumb as hell. What the hell's wrong with you? Remember Alex Jones? Yeah, he was right. 17-7 will commence again.
A princess is an essential right. I give my opinions about everything based on the information I have at the time, and I change my views when facts change. Some people might find that highly irritating, but it's because I'm not an ideologue, and I never will be. Ben Shapiro calls our debates a clown show circus, and that's fine. He's perfectly entitled to his opinion. Many people do choose to watch.
Well, they were a clown show, and whenever he was on there talking about Israel, he got to be the main attraction. He got to be the elephant with the special fez hat.
Censored, including clearly Ben Shapiro. It's ironic that the clips he showed were not from our so-called battle royale debates, but from long-form one-on-one interviews, which we do a lot of the time. And it's outrageously disingenuous that the clips...
It's completely disingenuous that he's reframing like Piers Morgan's interview with Nick Fuentes as anything other than condemnation of Nick Fuentes. Piers Morgan clearly condemned Nick. He condemned him before the show, he condemned him during the show, and he condemned them after the show. But Piers Morgan at least has a semblance of dedication to the concept of freedom of speech. So he gave a platform to a person that had a voice. And I think that's something that's worth considering and it's worth respecting.
He showed did not include the parts of those interviews where I called out every single one of them about things I didn't agree with. His montage of the same interviews could have looked like this.
You sound like a Nazi.
I mean, why do you say that?
That's literally what Nazis would have said in World War II. You think if half your family had been wiped out by very fucking cool Hitler, you'd still think he was very fucking cool? Or would you think that actually he was a despicable monster who murdered 12 million people? The comparison, which is more apposite, is ISIS and Hamas. They are both nihilistic terror groups intent on killing as many Jewish people and others as they can possibly kill. That's not true.
As the numbers... Okay.
It's just not true.
Piers...
Well, Professor, with respect...
Okay, I'm not going to...
It's not true.
Piers. Yeah, but you have to listen to what I say.
But you want me to believe you when you say you weren't aware of the scale of this for several days. I find that just, I'm incredulous. You want me to believe that?
This country, which was formed in 1948 by... pretending to be refugees, if you will, and being invited into the homes of Palestinians, the horrific story
they weren't
of what
pretending to be refugees. They were people fleeing a Holocaust.
You can take the view, as many do, that interviewing people with extreme opinions is pointless. You can stick your head in the sand like an ostrich or hide behind your very big desk and wish they didn't have an audience, but they do. My view is that they already speak unfiltered to large audiences, and whether you like it or not, at least on my show, these audiences get to see them being challenged. Ben Shapiro used to make a mockery of deplatforming when the person being deplatformed was
somebody agrees with them.
Ben Shapiro.
Yes.
Usually by shrieking protesters on woke.
See, I disagree with Piers about a number of things, but I respect Piers. Because he has, he had a bunch of shit to say about Andrew Tate. He brought Andrew Tate on for a 3-hour interview. He had a bunch of shit to say about Nick. He brought Nick on for, I think it was a 2-hour interview or something like that. I respect him.
But his uncompromising views on Israel and America's military and political support for Israel have turned him into a cancel culture vulture with the very same sneering intolerance he used to loathe. If you disagree with him, you're a Nazi, he says, channeling Kamala Harris. Everybody knows my position on Israel. I vehemently defended Israel's right to respond and defend itself after October the 7th.
Yeah.
I became increasingly critical of Israel because its government's actions in Gaza
They're
became
overwhelmingly-
impossible to defend. We don't need to relitigate all of that now. But as Dave Smith correctly points out, it's not just me. Polling shows the American people have turned against
I'm not gonna play the Rich clip because it's already in my head, bro. Like
Israel and its government in particular for precisely the same reasons. If Ben listened to some of the arguments instead of just throwing tantrums about them, he might understand why. Just as I continue to host people who defend Israel's conduct in Gaza when many people wish I wouldn't and say I shouldn't, Ben Shapiro does. He, of course, has my phone number and my email address.
Yeah.
He could have discussed his differences with me in private, which I would have preferred. But he hasn't bothered to even politely reply.
That's a lie. You know you love this. You know the fact that you get to make a video and debunk everything that he said. You enjoy this. This is such bullshit. Oh, I would have rather it go. No, shut the fuck up. Nobody spends 40 years, 30 years in media like Piers does, and they don't enjoy this. What are you talking
my occasional
about?
messages for a very long time now. Oddly, since the very moment I started criticizing the Israeli government. And he chooses to get on his own podcast and throw pathetic pot shots at me instead. So let me use my platform to respond directly. The difference between me and you, Ben, is that I'm heavily criticized by both sides because I listen to both sides, and very often I criticize both sides too, without fear or favor. You're only criticized by one side because you choose to air only one side and you choose to ignore or even silence the other. I'm a journalist. You are a propagandist. Oh, and facts don't care about your feelings.
We've got to have more Piers Morgan YouTube videos, man. This is great. I love it. Here, let me give it a like. I'm going to link it to you guys. That's pretty funny. How do you mind explaining the reason why Piers is respectful versus a lot of people that try to argue with you, not trying to bait you? Just want your take on here. I like the fact that he has a big platform and he uses it to talk about issues that he cares about. And I also like the fact that that platform is something that he offers to both different groups of people. I always respect somebody who's willing to get into the arena. Like, I'm not really much of a debater myself, right? I don't enjoy doing it. I don't like it. But I respect people that do, and I respect anybody who's willing to get out there and fight for whatever their values are. Now, that's really the truth. And so, like, whether you want to bring on, Clav, or you want to bring on, fucking Sneeko, or, I remember, I forgot, I'm just remembering whenever he tried to bring on Kanye West, and he's an asshole. Yeah, he is a dickhead, but he's a dickhead to both sides, and I think that there's a degree of, authenticity to that. There is. So I respect it. Sorry, guys. I do. I respect it. There it is. Hamas will be eradicated in Gaza? Good. Then the people in Gaza will be free. Hamas is horrible. They terrorize their own people. They're terrorists, and they are, awful. Good. Yeah. I mean, nobody... What do you think? I support Hamas? Fuck no. Nobody supports Hamas except for Iran. We're bombing Iran. So that's why I see it. Atari just flaps his gums whatever direction he thinks is popular. Well, really? I think that's just it. It's just that's factually not true. But you think whatever the hell you want.
Hello, guys and gals. Transit as part of. I feel like I have this. I feel like I have this conversation every fucking time, and nobody gets it. Anyways, Copilot Hell doesn't replace your doctor. Thank Lord for that, okay? I really hope this isn't more of a legal thing. This is actually good advice. It makes every minute you have with them count more. You arrive prepared with the right questions, the right context, and the confidence that comes from better understanding your own body. So basically, it brings together your health records, okay, wearable data, and all that history into one place. Then it applies intelligence to turn them into a coherent story, where the connection between your broken sleep and the reason why becomes visible. Now, again, I don't know how much trust I would put into something like Copilot Health. Medical stuff is very, very fucking complicated. To give you an idea, a few years ago, I actually almost died, okay? For anybody that's new coming to the channel, I had this situation where my appendix blew up inside me. Now, for a few days, I actually had a pretty severe fever. I had actually went to I was actually up at like 97 or whatever 98 was, and then I would drop, and then I would rise, and then I would drop, and then I would rise, and then I would drop. Now, I didn't know what the fuck was going on at the time. I really did think that I had like some crazy flu, and I was just gonna sleep it off. Now, until I ended up calling my dad, who is an actual doctor, and I told him, Dad, I don't know what the fuck's happening. My fever keeps going up and it keeps going down. And my dad's like, son, get up and walk around a little bit. And then as soon as I started doing it and he heard me like actually vomiting, like actually like, he was like, son, have you considered going to the fucking emergency room? So at that point I went to the emergency room, and then a doctor came and drew like 5 different fucking blood vials off of me. They checked me for things like fucking mono. They still couldn't figure it out. Until, of course, I waited another day, and then they actually gave me an ultrasound, and I found right there and then that my guts were actually inverted, okay? So at that point in time, eventually, the doctors figured out that I had a perforated appendix when they put me into a fucking CAT scan. Basically where they put you down, they take off your pants a little bit, okay? They stick a needle inside you, it like sends tracer material, and then they use a computer to actually analyze what the fuck is in your body. And only then did they figure out that I had a perforated appendix. Apparently I was supposed to be in like actual like fucking seething pain because of this, but I wasn't in any pain. I guess I was able to tank that shit while an entire Rainbow Six Siege match was happening in my fucking body. So at that point, they basically penned me for an emergency surgery. If I was basically a day or two late, I would have actually went into sepsis shock and just died. And yeah, it was scary. You know, at that point, I started taking like health seriously. Normally, I'd be like, why would I even waste my time going to a doc? It seems like it's just a no. Now, mind you, the reason for the story is that I went through 2 days of examinations, all right, by actual proper medical professionals, okay, people that poked and prodded, drew blood out of me, okay, it felt like hell. But after all those tests, they were able to come up with something. Now, again, if I had had this discussion with, you know, a fucking LLM, I don't think the LLM could actually answer the question appropriately. I don't know if it can do what my dad did, which was get up, walk around. And my dad was trying to listen for like something that would like, you know, spark. My dad actually had a disagreement with the doctors over there too, which I guess doctors do tend to have. They all have their own opinions. But ultimately it was medical professionals that diagnosed me and were able to save my fucking life. Now, what I imagine a lot of people that are using shit like Copilot Health probably aren't in that space. They're probably, you know, a lot of these people just share their medical information and just basically ask for some benign things. But even then, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's not safe. I don't think this is a good idea. I think this is Microsoft and many other AI companies looking for a way to sell this shit product into something that could actually be, you know, tangible over here. So again, they talk about things like medical superintelligence, which basically uses incredibly sophisticated artificial intelligence to make sense of patterns in your data. So initiatives such as Microsoft AI's Diagnostic Orchestrator have already demonstrated impressive results in research environments. Forthcoming publications will outline how their systems can be applied. This work paves the way to providing users with trusted access to medical superintelligence. Now, I love the term super intelligence because a lot of these AI companies are pushing terms like AGI, and in some cases, beyond AGI is like ASI. Effectively, this is when artificial intelligence gets so good at reasoning and thinking and modeling that it absolutely outpaces human.
And yes, I agree. Men should shower.
But
and
you
brush their
don't
teeth.
shower.
I'm not trying to attract a girl to breed currently. I'm not trying to breed. I'm trying to elo max. Not showering is optimal if you're trying to get high elo. Ask Aloys. Ask Aloys if Aloys is trying to breed right now. He's trying to elo max.
And
yes, I agree. Men should shower.
But
and
you
brush
don't
their